Hello, guys, and welcome. So, as a lot of you would know, Peter will be at Chatham House making an appearance now. So, we're going to go to it very quickly. Have your pen and paper ready, and take note of what Peter will be has to say. This is a decisive moment for the Obi campaign. So, whatever appearance or performance rather he puts up in this space will go a long way to determine the trajectory of his fortunes. So let's go straight to it, and then on the other side, we come out and then make an assessment of what we've heard. So we go straight to Chatham House to watch and see Peter Obi's performance. So here we go.
Address at the Church Auditorium in Lagos, he advises Nigerians to look out for candidates that will offer the best guarantee of a Nigeria that works for all. He also urges them to avoid politics of merchandise.
You're here because God wants you to be here. The serving overseer of the Citadel Global Community Church, Pastor Tunde Bakari, addresses Nigerians.
We're going to have, I hope, reasonable time for Q&A. I will only overrun by maximum of 10 minutes because it should be equal courtesy to each candidate who has spoken here. We are live streaming. We had many hundreds of questions asked from around the world last time. I will try and summarize them. We do not have time, unfortunately, to be getting live questions coming in through our system. But those of you who have registered on our Zoom platform, we will try and collect those questions, and I will make reference to some of you who asked those questions. If you're on Facebook and other platforms, you're most welcome. Very grateful you're joining us today, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, we do not have the facilities to take questions from you, but I hope you enjoy the presentation. Well, no more ado, but again, to welcome you, Peter Obi, to Chatham House. It's a privilege for us to have you. And I myself am very much looking forward to hearing about your vision for policy change and institutional reforms in Nigeria. Nigeria is a central part of the work of this institute, which is why we are having Nigeria Week here this week. So I want to invite you to come to the podium here and give your presentation, and then we'll have a conversation after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Let me respectfully stand on all due and existing protocols. In agreement with my belief in the primacy of gratitude among virtues, please allow me to begin today with a word of gratitude. I'm most grateful to Chatham House, Dr. Ellis Vines, and his team for the global impact of their mission and commitment to engagement with nation building in Nigeria. In providing this global platform to interrogate the vision of those seeking to lead Nigeria at this time with clear existential threats, as I will discuss shortly, are pervasive across our dear country. This Chatham House event challenges us to a new thinking. We have an alarming insecurity that led to loss of many lives and properties, significant decline in food and economic output, immense trauma that has compromised the mental health of communities, and in some cases, identities, pressures, and disaffection with the Nigerian project. The economy is in crisis with a troubling debt profile worsened by oil theft of proportion once hard to imagine. 2 economic recessions in 6 years, and lamentable power sector have significantly constrained manufacturing and social life. The Nigerian state is captive to an elite gang up and a rentier political economy that concentrated power in hands of those who came to power and influence mainly through their own contrivances and influence rather than affirmation of the people, and therefore do not have the incentive to serve the people. Even after exploiting the ethnic and religious cleavages, sentiments to ascend to political power, the very people on whose sentiments they grab power often become the primary victims of such political fraud that has rendered Nigeria a failing state with worsening leadership crisis. Consequently, Nigerian democracy had been on the wane, evident in Afrobarometer longitudinal tracking, which reveals low voter turnout. But this seems to have turned around dramatically last year, allowing independent National Electoral Commission to register over 12 million new voters, with many more complaining they wish to register, but unable to do so due to INEC deadline. What prompted this turnaround? We may ask. The reason for these very high stakes are lurking in the face of demographics, with our dominant population, the youth, frustrated and unhappy with the status quo and diminished opportunities in Nigeria in an age of globalization, where internet can easily reveal to them prosperous homes of those who live in a better led and governed countries. How did we, Nigeria, run or get here in such an economic decline that we have overtaken India as a home for the biggest pool of absolute poor in the world, when they are 7 times our population? While the poverty rate in India is 16%, that of Nigeria is 63%, with 133 million people classified as multidimensionally poor. This is unacceptable and needs to change. What Nigeria needs is a great escape. As 2015 Nobel Prize winner in economics, Angus Deaton of Princeton University, elucidated that what separates poor and rich nations is attributed to health and education. But what provides quality health and educational system for a society committed and focused leadership that can build and sustain public wealth, as I was told by Professor Donald Jacob of Kellogg School of Management. In many ways, this is the heart of my remarks today, which are deeply rooted in my upbringing, particularly my mother's counsel, that I live a life of positive impact and manage both personal and public resources most prudently for the sustainable, inclusive growth of development of the society. It is this principle that guided my stewardship as governor of Anambra State of Nigeria and led to our much commended performance with some prize awards to show for it. Some awards for outstanding accomplishments in key Millennium Development Goals, now Sustainable Development Goals. It is the same counsel and principle that is guiding and motivating me to offer to serve in a new Nigeria. The answer lies in leadership, institution, and demographics. The good news is that the demography is driving the change we're seeing in Africa, with election after election last year in Africa, in which establishment parties are being upon by new and small parties. It is this change that my vision of policy change and institutional development is rooted in a push for a broadened scope of social mobility and freedom for Nigeria, particularly for the youth and women. Like the former British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan said, at the start of the independence decade, a wind of change is blowing across Africa. Today, that new wind of change sees the ballot box as being instrumental to changing of bad leadership. Senator Yusuf Dat Ahmed, my running mate, and I are committed to new politics that start with ethics of servant leaders and anchored on marriage of clean hearts and skillful hands. We know that unless we change the politics by changing the political leadership, we are stuck in this terrible state of underdevelopment and misery. We will build patriotically our institutions, particularly the ones directly responsible for implementing government policies, to make them fit for purpose. It is not to be doubted at the global scene that Nigeria is blessed with some of the most entrepreneurial youths in the world, in science, in business, in art and entertainment. We believe that what remains is the changing of leadership class from predictors to creators of value, from those whose wealth and power drive from the decision of the nation and its people to those who have demonstrated competence, character, capacity to invest in human development, create prosperity, and instill right values and ethical conduct deserving of servant leaders. Nigeria today is at a critical juncture, and the people led by the youth, brutalized by bad leadership, are awake and leading the movement to transform Nigerian politics and restart the engine of economic growth and social stability. We count ourselves honored to be trusted, especially by the youth, to lead this democratic revolution, and we are deeply pledged to do so with sincerity, accountability, and unquenchable love and desire for a better Nigeria. We are simply the symbol of Nigerian youth struggle to reverse this ugly trend that keep driving them into social anomia, despair, and rejection of their country. We are determined to do everything that needs to be done to rescue and lead our country to prosperity, freedom, security, and peace. We will use merit to assemble competent Nigerians from all sections of Nigeria to form effective government of national unity. At the heart of my goal here today is to look at our Labour Party's key policy plans and how they will drive up the quality of life of average Nigeria, dramatically reduce poverty, and return Nigeria to a place of strategic relevance in a world that needs a thriving and well-governed Nigeria, stabilizing the continent of Africa, making it high value add for a planet impaired by environmental challenges, terrorism, and inequity. Also plan to speak on institutions and how the leadership we offer can facilitate the evolution of stronger institutions with the rule of law a key anchor to nation building in Nigeria. I have no doubt that the policy choice we favor and the strong institutions Labour Party will facilitate will move Nigeria from a country of rent seekers sharing oil receipts and consuming conspicuously to the one that produces based on vast factor endowments whose value chains can move us towards a high employment economy. We will turn our youth budget to a democratic dividend rather than today's harvest of time bomb of violence insecurity from uneducated, unemployed, and marginalized youth. This forms the first and most important thrust of our government priorities, without which the rest will not be achieved, to secure Nigeria, end banditry and insurgents, and unite our dear nation to manage our diversity so that no one is left behind. The growing insecurity you see in Nigeria today is not because the enemy is formidable. It is not a lack of focused leadership, ineffective security government structure, and poor coordination from the center. All this needs to be addressed by first projecting strong leadership, signal that will allow both state and non-state actors to be mobilized around single vision. Then, by pursuing a robust reform of the security governance structure, coordinating mechanism that assures all levels of government, federal, states, local, with three-level policing are aligned with strong collaboration with partners from both private and development groups to provide required services and deliver results for every Nigerian. Once this is done, it is important to have a single, clear, coherent, consistent development process. It is important for institutions to be able to provide strong leadership, coordination, capability, partner, and engage collaboratively with all relevant stakeholders in an environment that mutually reinforces values. The second plank of our policy trust is to shift emphasis from consumption to production by running a production-centered economy that is driven by agrarian revolution and export-oriented industrialization. With about 70 million hectares of arable land, we will pursue an agricultural revolution through proper segmentation of Nigerian to activate and harness factor endowment of different parts of the country for both rapid and mechanized agricultural development, and as a pillar for Nigerian other sectorial development and industrialization. We will incentivize and invest in an agro cluster and industrial cluster development across our geo-resource zones to take advantage of agglomeration and scale effects of particularly in the Northwest, Northeast, and North Central regions of Nigeria. We will dredge both River Niger and River Benue, build dams massively to support planting of economic trees across the country for local usage, poverty and elimination, export and revenue generation. A key task is to sequentially but decisively dismantle the inefficient and anti-market distortionary structures restraining Nigerian economy from creating a precondition for a dynamic pro-market economy. We will employ entrepreneurial governance to dismantle impediments to free trade and ease of doing business, and implementing radical economic policies that will drastically reduce our debt service, a major drain to government revenue as it is today. Our micro, small, and medium scale enterprises will be robustly supported. Further borrowing must be strictly for productive purposes and not for consumption. While we aggressively pursue the activation of all opportunities in oil and gas value chain, we will target incentive schemes that will be professionally administered to diversify our non-oil export portfolio with proper consideration and management of climate change risk and opportunities. The third pillar of our government priorities is to restructure the polity through effective legal and institutional reforms to entrench rule of law, aggressively fight corruption, reduce the cost of governance, and establish honest and efficient civil service. Reducing costs of governance in Nigeria is an effective way of fighting institutional corruption. In addition to reducing the cost of governance and streamlining government operations for efficiency and effectiveness, we will ensure that reforms we pursue will not in any way affect the livelihood of our hardworking and efficient civil servants. Critical to fighting corruption, we will install a new budgeting system founded on the cardinal principle of public accountability, objective setting, and program implementation. This is against the extant budgetary principles of revenue mobilization, expenditure allocation, borrowing without emphasis on monitoring, evaluation, and feedback. We will enforce principle of performance, auditing, institutionalized monitoring, and evaluation process of the entire public service delivery as the primary means of actualizing our vision of the new Nigeria. This reform will institutionalize our personal involvement of both the president and the vice president in setting budgetary objectives of MDAs, monitoring, evaluating the implementation process through Office of Regulatory Review in the Office of the President. Budget monitoring and evaluation capacity will be strengthened within the presidency. We will embark on effective micro and physical restructuring to quickly restore physical viability by discontinuing unaffordable subsidies which have left a black hole in government finances. Fiscal and monetary policy will be properly coordinated with each conventional tool transparently instead of distorting markets in favor of privileged few. For instance, an avoidance of doubt. We will collaborate with Central Bank of Nigeria for a transparent liberalization of our foreign exchange market and dismantling of OPEC multiple exchange rates. Regime which effectively subsidizes few privileged persons. We will seek to boost the supply side rather than continue to concentrate exclusively on demand management of foreign exchange. When unaffordable subsidies are removed, some carefully calibrated transfers will be used to cushion adverse effect impact on economically weak. If the competitiveness of sector is to be enhanced, then we will do so via enactment of transparent and specifically target fiscal and trade policies designed to stimulate investment and growth. Revenue shortfalls and leakages such as oil theft will be dealt with decisively by holding persons in position of authority fully accountable. The fourth plank of our governance priorities is to leapfrog into the fourth industrial revolution through application of scientific technological innovation to create digital economy. Building on the gains of agriculture-led manufacturing and export, we will pursue development of knowledge and skills to leverage on the emerging disruptive digital technologies, automation, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, blockchain technology, biotechnology, and data science all of which are the heart of the fourth industrial revolution. The fifth plank of our government priorities is to build expansive infrastructure for efficient power supply, rail, road, and air transportation, and pipeline network through integrated public-private partnership and entrepreneurial public sector governance. Our solution to the perennial power problem in Nigeria is comprehensive and is well covered in our manifesto. We will ensure that we deal with the issue of transmission distribution. However, we will immediately complete the 2.3 billion Nigeria Siemens network improvement deal to achieve a stable 7,000 by the end of this year, 11,000 megawatts by 2024, and 25,000 megawatts by 2025. We will support local manufacturing capacities and power technologies and encourage and expand local R&D in universities, training centers, and workshops, through which many jobs will be created. Our sixth priority program is to enhance human capital development of our youth for productivity and global competitiveness through investment in education, in research, quality health, and entrepreneurial education. The World Bank Human Capital Development Index ranks Nigeria 168 over 173. To move Nigeria right to the top bracket of the index, we will pursue a Marshall Plan type program on education that incorporates compulsory technical and vocational skills, sports, entrepreneurship, programming, digital skills from primary to secondary school level. In line with this commitment to transform our educational sector, we will prioritize funding of this critical sector. Our tertiary institution will be remodeled to serve as hubs and centers of research, development, and commercialization of ideas for quick industrialization of Nigeria. Finally, our seventh priority is to conduct an Afrocentric diplomacy that protects the rights of Nigerian citizens abroad, advances the economic interests of Nigerians and Nigerian businesses in a changing world. In concluding, let me say that the problem with Nigeria is at once complex and simple. It rests on leadership. As our erudite Professor Chinua Achebe stated, the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. In Achebe's view, there's nothing basically wrong with Nigerian character. The Nigerian problem is the unwillingness or inability of its leaders to rise to the responsibility, to the challenge of leading in the front by example, which is the hallmark of true leadership. When people of competence, character, commitment, compassion take over the leadership and pursue their mission and tasks with seriousness required, a new Nigeria characterized by peace, unity, prosperity, inclusiveness will be achieved and sustained. That is what's driving Dati, Baba Ahmed, and I to join to offer to lead this desire and crusade of Nigerian, particularly the youth, for an inclusive and sustainable Nigeria that works for all. In line with my upbringing, especially my mother's counsel, my promise is that Nigerian resources will be most prudently used for Nigerians. And as Commander-in-Chief, I, Mr. Peter, will sincerely pledge that our path with Nigeria will be diligently pursued to create a new Nigeria characterized by sustained and inclusive growth and development for all. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you. Peter, I don't know if you want to sit for a moment while we take a few questions. We'll take them in threes, or you can stay there as you wish.
Yeah.
Look, the first question, we have, at the moment, the analytics are showing we have tens of thousands of people watching. So my apologies if you are on Facebook, YouTube, the Chatham House channel. We can't take questions from you. On Zoom, we have hundreds of questions that have come in. One question is from Baba Femi Adibola, who said, is asking the following question. Given the complexity of Nigeria's democracy and the Labour Party not projected to have the majority in the National Assembly, how would you work with legislators to ensure the radical reforms you are proposing come to light if you win the presidential election? So that's one question. Just hold that there. And I'm going to go right to the back of the room, right at the corner there, the gentleman right in the corner. Yes, so yes, you. Please go ahead, introduce yourself, and one question, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Ajiboye Tumishi from Huddersfield University. So my question is simple. The activities of the IPOP in Nigeria is on alarming rate every day. And with all the policy, beautiful ideas that you've listed down, sir, without tackling security head on, they are impossible. So one of the allegations given to you is that you've not condemned the activities of the IPOP. So, and tackling of security.
Can you sum up, please?
Plan. Tackling of security.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's.
Sorry, I'm a student. We are to line. Tackling of security. How will you tackle it, sir? Are you introducing? Yes.
Please.
Are you introducing state police, or are you threatening the federal government security apparatus? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a another question that has come in, which I want to ask from our virtual audience, and it's from Vivian Ahekwezu, who's asking the following. Vivian is asking, for many years, Nigeria has underinvested in healthcare. What are your plans for achieving universal health coverage, where access to healthcare is a right rather than a privilege, as well as ensuring sustained funding for epidemic preparedness and response? We did have a similar question for Mr. Tunubu in the last session that we did. So there are three questions there for you, Peter, and then I'll come through the audience here. Please just be patient.
First question is, how do you deal with the legislators, considering that Labour Party is probably not in control of the legislative arm of the government? Quite frankly, I've been through this as a governor. When I was elected and sworn in as the governor, I have 30 House members, not from my party. In fact, nobody from my party was involved. As long as you are pursuing what is right, everybody will go with you, because the legislator is insecure in his place. He knows that his people are without job, and that's what he wants. He wants development. What else is he elected to do? It becomes a problem when you are pursuing transactional policies, which will benefit you or you're engaging in nepotism where you have to. But if you address it by strictly following the Constitution, which spells out that the system is characterized by simply that will have diversity and all is included, and you did the right things, you don't need to worry about that. The issue of IPOB, maybe you're not following me. Even yesterday, I spoke about Biafra being ended 53 years ago. It's all over the place in this place. I condemn all agitators, but in condemning them, you have to look at what brought about these agitations all over the place. It's not only IPOB. We have Yoruba Nation movement. We have all sorts. When you have created this level of massive poverty, where 63% of your population is poor, you're going to create all sorts of problems. I was speaking to a British minister this morning. He said we have about 40% unemployment. We have about 60% youth unemployment, young people in their productive age doing nothing. If you have 15% unemployment in Britain today, you're going to have massive, remember, agitation. Nobody will be able to leave his house. So what we have seen is a cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years, which will be solved by good governance. When people start seeing justice, fairness, and inclusive government and doing the right thing, all those things will start reversing itself. And that is what me and that is offering. I will talk and discuss with all agitators. There's nothing wrong in that. People agitate even in my house, and I talk with them. So I'll deal with everybody. I'll show you of that. Don't worry about that. On the issue of health, yes, we have a problem with health. We have underinvested, and because our government have not prioritized our development agenda, everybody knows that the only measure of development that is recognized globally today is Human Development Index. And this is hanged on 3 items: life expectancy, which is health. We are low in that. Nigerian life expectancy today is about 50 something, as against global average of 72. So we're low. Same in education. So it's to prioritize that. I just gave somebody an example. In the past 5 years, from 2015 to 2021, Nigerian budget in health is under 2.5 trillion for 200 million people. It's unacceptable. This year, our budget for health is about 1.5 trillion. Our budget for education is about 2 trillion. Two of them combined, annual budget is about 3.5 trillion. When your 6-month budget for subsidy, which is a criminalized, listen, it's 3.6 trillion. It's unacceptable. You have to put money in key development areas, as Professor Dempsey had just mentioned, that I read out, that what separates country, rich and poor, is health and education. So it's clear. So we will deal with it. But he said, how do you cover it? Nations of our size have covered it. How did India, for 1.4 billion people, cover issue of health? How did Indonesia cover that? We have big nations that have done it well. People who don't know how to do, we learn from them. There's nothing wrong in learning if you don't know how to do it.
I'm going to take more questions. Now, there is someone who has such a strong arm. Their arm has been up for 15 minutes. Now, I'm not going to say that's criteria for taking question next time. But madam, you get the question. You have the strongest arm in the audience. Please introduce yourself. One question.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon and welcome, sir. My name is Priscilla Winkwo. and I'm an independent broadcaster here in London. And sir, you spoke about your point number 5, which is to generate electricity and power in Nigeria. And you spoke about transmission, distribution, and generation. But I think it's fair to say that our problems with power goes beyond those 3 areas. And the main problem that I see here is this. We have a population or part of the economy, shall we say, those who supply spare parts, the engineers, those who work within that sector, whether it's those that are selling generators. And we know that that issue is perhaps the biggest issue when it comes to our power generation. So my question here is this. How do you plan, number 1, and I'm going to take a risk here, to deal with the big boys, and how do you also plan to address that economy that will then no longer exist because you have generated power? Because I'm sure that they too will rise up against it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We did online have lots of questions about refining also. And so this is a key issue that people are asking question about. So the gentleman there, a bit further along. Yes, there, you, just there. Yeah. Please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Thank you very much.
Question.
Good to see you, Peter. Paul Arkwright, I was the British High Commissioner to Nigeria from 2015 to 2018, and it's good to see you in London, sir. Thank you very much for your talk. I've now moved into private business. I'm a consultant, and I'm advising companies and funds, investors to look at Africa, to look at Nigeria, to consider investing there. And everyone agrees, I think, that FDI, foreign direct investment, is critical to the future of Nigeria. But they, at the moment, they're very cautious, and that's putting it diplomatically. If, when you become president, sir, could you tell me the sort of 3 things you would do in the first, let's say, 100 days, which would encourage, which would send the right signal to foreign investors to look again at Nigeria, not just look again at Nigeria, but to invest in Nigeria? Because as you know, I'm one of Nigeria's strongest supporters, and I think this is a country which is worth investing in. Thank you.
Thanks. And I will come back to this side. The gentleman just there, you sir, just there. No, behind, sorry. You're the lucky one. One question short, please. Give your name.
Good evening. It's William Owomayi, the UK Young Ambassador to the Commonwealth and a member of Chatham House. You've caught Nigeria by storm in recent months with your campaign and your vision to unify Nigeria, mobilizing young people all across the country. You mentioned debt a few times in your speech. Currently, the government is repaying debt to the central bank at an interest rate of 19.5%, which is extremely high. How do you plan to support the next generation?
The government is
repaying the central bank debt by 19.5% interest rate. How do you plan to support the next generation by dealing with the debt repayment crisis? And also, how do you plan to deal with tackling financial transparency in Nigeria? The central bank hasn't released its balance sheet in about 3 years.
Thank you. There you go, Peter. 3 questions.
Let me start with my sister there. He talks about the big, what you're saying is about the big boys who are selling generators. Let me assure you what we've been campaigning on. Our campaign, you have heard them say we don't have structures. That is the structure we're trying to destroy. Structure of criminality. That is what I mentioned. Now Nigeria is being held captive. That structure is structure that have impoverished Nigeria. We will dismantle it. It will not be there. I assure you of that. We're going to turn around the power sector. Nigeria generates about, today, 56,000 megawatts of electricity for 200 million people. And South Africa, the second biggest in terms of economy continent, 5 to 6,000, not 5 to 6,000. So South Africa, the second biggest economy, 60 million people, generates about 40 to 50,000. And South Africa, in the past 3 months, have declared emergency in power and said anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. So somebody who is 60 million, generating about over 40,000, declared emergency. What do you think somebody with 2 million people generating 5 to 6,000 will do? War. I'm going to declare war on power, and I'll solve it. Anybody who stands on the way, so be it. Bringing back foreign investor is very simple, Paul. Foreign investor is like bee and honey. What you need is to create honey. The way bee will find the place is very simple. Foreign capital is scared of corruption. Is scared of bad policies. Is scared of where there's no rule of law. You need to put a regulatory environment that makes it conducive. You need to secure it. That is at the heart of what Dati and I are offering. We will build that intangible assets of securing the country, making sure that we govern through rule of law. We will fight corruption. That they have a record. That is the only National Assembly member who refused to buy property of government when it was offered to all National Assembly members. You can go and look at his record. If you have seen anywhere he has compromised or put himself in a transactional position. Now stop running. I know how I approached him, and I told him, I and you owe it to save our people. So we came together, and we came back and said, we'll work as a team. We'll solve this problem. Go and check my record. I've governed the state for 8 years, and I've challenged everybody while you were there. I've been the only governor till today. The day I left office, I was not owing salary, pension, gratuity, or any contract or any supplier. And I left in 3 banks in Nigeria, which I say every day. Access Bank of Nigeria, Fidelity Bank of Nigeria, and Diamond Bank. I left over $150 million. I didn't say naira. And I have over 30 billion naira. And Anambra State, you can go and verify. Never had a bottle. Anambra State have never bought me. There's no land allocated directly or indirectly by me, and I signed over several thousands of CFO. Anambra has never bought me a bottle of water since I left office. So you can go. We will fight and stop corruption. The first thing about stopping corruption is yourself. If you're not involved, your wife is not involved, your family is not involved, those around you are not involved, you reduce it by over 50%. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm sure, Paul, you know that. We are committed. We can't disappoint these youth. We must build a new Nigeria. And we'll deal with that. Investors will come back. Those who left, even the young people who are today living, they'll come back. We want to bring them back. Nigerians are prepared to come back if they can find that they have a country to go back to. This green passport, people must be proud to use it. On issue of capital, where do you find money? My young brother, there's nothing wrong in borrowing. Borrowing is a legitimate way of every government I've studied in the world borrow. Even Britain, as we speak, owes over 70% of their GDP. Every government I know lives borrowing. Even Norway with 1.4 trillion sovereign wealth is owing. The economies of the world, the third biggest nation in the world is America. The debt of America today is almost 100% of their GDP. The second, China, is almost over 60% of their GDP. Japan owes over 230% of their GDP. But let me tell you the difference. Japan is owing over 230% of their GDP. They invested the money to save their economy. And in that, even with that, Japan is still the highest holder of US treasuries. So there's something they can fall back on. What has happened? So borrowing is not wrong. If I have done, I compare two countries that have borrowed with Nigeria and how well they've done. But what has happened is that when you borrow for consumption, you have a crisis. Nigeria borrowed for consumption. Nigeria in 2015 had a GDP per capita of $2,550. And they were owing about 15 trillion naira. Today, with central bank ways and means, we're owing over 75. So we have grown that debt by about 400%, but our per capita is 2,000. That means that the money we borrowed was thrown away. So that is what I'm going to reverse. We'll restructure the debt as it is today. We will restructure it and put it in a long time to be able to pay it. I'm a finance person, that is one. And then we would not say, like I said here, no more borrowing for consumption. We will see borrow, people will see it, it will be transparent, it will be for investment. And that's what we intend to do. Countries have been in this situation before. We're not in a situation where other countries haven't passed before. It's a question of showing leadership, and we will be able to solve it. Thank
you. I'm coming back. We are now almost around 60,000 people just watching us and sending in questions. So we're trying to be at least a bit inclusive. We have a question from Debo Ademoyo, who is asking, what are your policy ideas on climate change? Do you have a plan for ensuring sustainability in a new government? So that's one question. Then there was a joint question from Ms. Etty and Zindi Anthony Levy, and they're asking, insecurity is a major problem. What are your plans in tackling this? What are your plans in terms of security sector reform in Nigeria? I'm going to take two more physical questions in the room. The lady right in the front here. So I'm not going to discriminate with the front rows. Please go ahead.
My name is Chi Chikwendo. I'm a practicing solicitor here, advocating, of course, for rule of law. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the inspiring exposition on your vision for policy change and institutional reforms. It seems to me that it's clear from that if elected president, if and when elected president, your transformation vision to increase the production capabilities across the various sectors mentioned, including agriculture, extraction industries, human resources, will, to a large extent, hinge on the depth of your level of commitment with Sadati and ownership to implement the proposed policy changes and institutional reforms. However, there is no doubt in my mind that Your Excellency is well aware of the prevailing fundamental challenges to those reforms, including clientele patronage, political capture, and the institutionalized corruption that you mentioned. So the question is, how do you intend to navigate these challenges differently from the efforts of previous administrations, particularly with a view to modifying the behaviors of the key players in support of achieving those anticipated outcomes? And I was very warmed when you mentioned you're broadening the scope of youth inclusion and women issues. So further, how do you intend to quell the current ethnic tensions ravaging our communities and consequently stagnating economic growth and development, and to implement a pragmatic mechanism for dealing with those societal concerns for equal...
Please. We need, the longer this takes, the less questions. Madam, please now.
So the question there is, how do you intend to implement a pragmatic mechanism for dealing with those societal concerns for equal access to the services, inclusive participation and integrating the various
Thank you
ethnic
very
groups?
much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Peter, if you answer those questions, because that was more than one question.
Well, let me start with the issue of, you have, like you said, you have more than one question. I have about two questions. Let me start with the issue of ethnic tension. The ethnic tension you see today is based and as a result of injustice, unfairness, exclusion, marginalization. As you start reversing that, you start going down. That is what I said to young man about agitation. As long as you start doing the right things, so that you start building an inclusive society where people's talent, hard work will match up their opportunity, you start seeing those things go down. There's tension, even in the Western world. If the air when the blacks feel it's dead. But as the more the government opens up and tolerates and builds an inclusive, transparent, more broad-based, acceptable, they will come down. So we will show, I've said before, we will show compassion. We will show love. Because there's nothing, you're a leader. Don't go away when Bayelsa is under the water. Don't leave Jigawa to die. Don't say, oh, I cannot go to Southern Kaduna because of the problem. Don't, we will show compassion. We will lead from the front. We're not going to walk away. And for me, Borno is part of Nigeria. I don't want to say people, oh, the region is insecure. Nigeria is insecure. Like I told the IDP people in Christmas, as IDP people in Makodi in Christmas. And the New Year was another IDP camp in Abuja. And I said to them, as long as Nigerians are in IDP, all of us are in IDP. I will not allow, and I know that you will not allow it, for any Nigerian to remain in IDP while we're sleeping in our mansions. Never. They must go back. On issue of challenges and dealing with the challenges you foresee, I've dealt with such challenges at the Anambra level. And I'll show you the same challenges. We're not going to, as long as you're not involved in this transnational governance, you can deal with anybody. We're not going to compromise. We have an issue. I said we are at an existential threat that we don't need to. There's nobody, there's no sacred cow. You either be a Nigerian or you can find another country. We have a country with the rule of law. It will be the same level playing field for everybody. I want to solve the problem. For example, I said it without equivocation. I must pull out the poverty that is devastating the north. The vast land in the north is far more in terms of assets and source of revenue generation and exports for Nigeria than the oil. It's very simple. And I'll give you an example of one state that I use every day. Niger State is 76,000 square kilometers. Precisely 76.3 thousand square kilometers of land. 7 local governments in that state is under control of bandits. I've tried to interview them because they have no job. They have nothing and everything. Niger State is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. And Netherlands agricultural export last year was 120 billion. Why can't Niger State do 5% of that? They have arable land. And all they get from the revenue, from the sharing, which is the consumption, is less than 50 billion naira. When they have minus their debts and everything. If they earn 6% of 5% of that is $6 billion. At 650 is about 4 trillion, 80 times what they get from there. We will change it. Somebody talked about security. I've said it extensively. It is our first commitment to secure Nigeria. Securing Nigeria is not impossible. I secured Anambra State has gone. It won't be different. I said we will deal and talk with those we will win. We'll talk with those who are winnable. It will be carrot and stick. And those who don't, we will deal with them. We're not going to shy away. Nigeria must be secured. It's a country. Every country must be secured. But we're not going to walk away from the problem. We'll deal with it. We have our armies and military used to secure Africa. So this is time to go back and that spirit. Follow the protocol here about issue of things like planting trees, issues of dredging. These are some of the climate change issues because as you see today, we have a situation where flooding in Nigeria because we've not dredged River Niger, River Benue and everything. And I said it consistently. This is not difficult. We've awarded contracts for it in the past. Today, every Egyptian will tell you, no Nile, no Egypt. They have used it to improve the water transportation, which dredging this will do. It's a long fighting climate change. They've used it for other means, which we will use the same River Niger and River Benue to do. River Niger and River Benue combined River Niger is 4,200 kilometers long. River Nile is 1,400. River Benue is 1,400 long. So two of them are 5,600. Nile is 6,650. If Egypt, an African country, can dredge, maintain River Nile, Nigeria is big enough to deal with this, and we will deal with it. And I assure you, you see the difference, it will be clear. Other protocols of climate change will follow it. When we find difficult, we'll negotiate and talk with other involved in that. We are signatory to it. It is devastating the world today. So we must follow the protocol.
Thank you. The clock is ticking. We're on borrowed time now, but we are going over, as I said. There's right at the front here, there's a gentleman there. I'm going to take 3 questions and then I think the clock is going to have had its say. Short and sharp, please, go ahead.
Sure. Hi, good afternoon. My name's Alexis Akwajiram. I'm the managing editor of Semaphore Africa. My question is, if you become the next president, would you seek to keep the current central bank governor or replace him? And please explain your answer.
The gentleman in the middle there. Yeah. Please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your remarks. My name is Chibuikem Ugongadi. I'm a master's student at King's College London, and it's funny, actually, my question is related to him. Given the debacle at the central bank currently and their conduct over the past 8 years, what is your view on central bank independence as a tool to improve economic growth? And how will you what will you do about the leadership at the central bank when you become president in order to make sure that their principles are in line with yours on monetary policy?
Thank you very much. The lady over there. Yes, madam, you. Yes, but sharp, please. There's a microphone just here. It's next to you, just there, please. Aha.
Your Excellency, good afternoon. So my question here is this: you talked about restructuring. As you're aware, Nigeria can barely service its external debts. Nigeria can barely service its external debt. Our current external debt, we cannot service it, or we're finding difficult to service it. Now, when you become president, how do you intend to restructure our external debt without actually downgrading our rating in the market. Thank you.
Thank you. And your name, just so
My
we have
name
it?
is Ifeanyi Umunakwe Okeke.
Okay,
Thank you.
And then if we move the microphone to the lady just there, last question. Yes.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you again, Mr. Obi. My name is Kenneth Chukwuwabo. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Cambridge. I study public-private partnerships in education. I read your manifesto, and it seems PPPs are taking a central stage in education sector. So I wanted to ask, what is your rationale for involving private actors in public education, and what governance structures would you put in place to ensure the accountability of these actors in a sensitive sector such as education? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies. We've run out of time now. I'm watching the clock.
Okay. Alex, I hope you will allow me. There's somebody here that is so keen. When I was coming in, he had a question that is so interested and is like, so I told him, if I have opportunity, I will request and answer it publicly. Let me again go. People are talking about the central bank government. The problem, first, let me assure you, central bank will maintain its independence. It will be respected. And again, it is not the problem of the person there. Central bank have a role of monetary policy, if I'm right. Then you have this physical space. It's like a street football. When the person who is supposed to be in the physical space is no longer, it's like you go to a football match and somebody who is supposed to play in a particular wing is no longer there. You find people playing various wings. The weakness of the physical space allows the monetary space to take over and is supporting, because there's a weak governance structure. That is why we're able to do what we're doing. What is happening today is happening. So if you replacing Godwin and putting somebody with that level of physical rascality, which is what is fueling our inflation and even our rate of exchange today. These are some of the things you need to cut. As long as government continues on that fiscal rascality, that situation will occur. That's what you need to fix. I won't say what will happen. The step is actually coming to an end. So it won't be too long. So that's that. I assure you that we'll deal with that. You asked about PPP in education. I said in Cambridge. Is Cambridge run by British government? Now, I just want to know, because I don't know. When we're talking about PPP in education, we're talking about tertiary education. We're not talking about basic education. We will ensure that basic education is free, and we will drive it aggressive, because we have 20 million out of school children in the north, which I said we will deal with decisively, because those children mostly have learned Quran, which means they're intelligent. We'll meet them at the point of learning Quran and teach them skills. For the tertiary education, we must find a way to fund it in a collaborative way, public partnership, in order to be able to ensure that 4 years will be 4 years, not what is happening today. That's what we mean by that. And it will be, you'll see, it's a win-win situation. That's it. No, not the basic. It won't be the basic. Then, issue of barely servicing our debts. We're not, I've said it before, we're not the only country that have gone through this. Once we move from consumption to production, what we are going to do first is that What you see today, we inability to service our debts, is because of fiscal rascality. You're paying unsustainable subsidy, which will stop from day one because it's criminal thing. You're no longer generating money because they're stealing with oil. And the only people who can steal oil are people in government, because ordinary people cannot steal oil. You can't put it in your pockets. It's something that you come with sheep. So all those, and you stop corruption, the waste, everything. And you go to seek to ensure that the revenues of government are. These are things, when you have tightened all the leakages and waste, you'll be able to increase your position and you negotiate to be able to service them. Just to give you an example, Nigeria is today the only OPEC nation, apart from Venezuela, because of fashion, that is not meeting up its quota. Because over the years of oil theft, the multinationals and everything have not been invested, coupled with the theft and everything. You're not realizing what you're supposed to. Every other nation that is in the same commission was able to bring down their rates and inflation within this period of Ukraine war. I'm not saying it's good to wait for war to be able to get more revenue, but people are taking advantage of it, because it's there. And you can't run away from it. But we couldn't take that advantage. Our situation got worse because of poor management of our own physical space, which will change with that and I. And finally, like I said, somebody kept telling me that issue that people have been saying that if I become president, that there's issue of being, how do I say, what word do they use? Stingy. Pat knew the question of stingy. How are you going to manage? Because they said you'll be stingy and everything. Let me say it public that people don't know what it is all about. The heart of poverty is capital formation. And you can't go about capital formation without savings. Even in the most developed world, which is why I said that Japan holds highest amount of US treasury. If you listen or you go and read about what Professor Ragnar Nask done in the 50s, he showed it clearly. Capital formation is the heart of poverty. Without capital formation, you have low productivity, low income, and you produce poverty all over the place. What I was doing as governor, I was the best governor in Millennium Development Goals by the UNDP. You can go and check that. It's that. I won a prize for the best road network. I won the Gay Prize back to back on health. You can go and see what I did in health. Build scratch, teaching hospitals and everything. Improved #1 in education. And above all, I was able to save because I believe in future generation. If you look at that saving, I said future generation funding because we want to have upper capital formation to drive tomorrow. If I have opportunity in Nigeria, no matter what we do, we'll do the same thing. We must save for tomorrow because that's how you form capital to turn around tomorrow. So as an end, I appeal to all of you. There's nothing more powerful than our idea whose time have come. The time today is to have competent leadership with character, commitment, and compassion. And that's what Nigeria is yearning for. That's what Dati and I are offering you. Let's have opportunity to build a better Nigeria. Thank you.
A couple of announcements. First of all, INEC chair speaking here tomorrow, same time, 1 o'clock. You're welcome. It's also going to be live streamed. NNPP presidential candidate Wednesday, same time. And finally, again, just to thank Peter Obi for coming to Chatham House. And good luck in your campaign. And please, if you can just remain
All right, so there it is. The performance we have been waiting for. Now we have had it. So that was Peter Obi at Chatham House. But what are we making of it? Any highlights? Any lowlights? But first, let's kick it off by grading just the presentation, not the content of it, but the presentation of it. So let's kick it off with Alexander Gomez. So that was the man of the moment. But did he seize the moment? Alexander Gomez, good to see you. Unmute.
Yeah, good morning, y'all. I was very impressed. I was captivated and I was forced to watch from beginning to the end. He was authoritative. He came across presidential. This is the best I've seen him act in that capacity, in that campaigning capacity. I was very impressed and I wish him the best of luck. That's all I can say.
All right, comparing and contrasting in terms of that performance vis-a-vis what we saw from Bola Tinubu, was he just the presentation of it first before the content? Was he equal to, greater than, or lesser than?
Head and shoulder better than I saw what I saw Tinubu put up at the Chatham House. This was very, very, very convincing. I don't understand the expression fiscal irresponsibility or fiscal whatever word he used.
Rascality is a code word
Rascality.
for looting.
Yes, I know. So fancy word, but I must say that I was really impressed with the way he came across. He's really grown into that position. He's coming across less intimidated, and in total, it looks like he's in total charge of the space. So yes, I was very impressed. I give him 10 out of 10. He couldn't have done better from a
All right.
presentation standpoint.
And in terms of the audience, were they padded out in the manner that we saw with Tinubu, with his acolytes and sympathizers asking such questions? So were the audience padded out in the Tinubu manner, or were they more independent in expression, and did they push him?
Yeah, they appeared more independent compared to the partisan people that I saw watching Tinubu. I don't like it. I need to say this. This is very important. Um, what put me off about that Tinubu space, it wasn't so much the delegation of question, but more of this Lagos Island style where I'm from, hailing this Jagaban. I don't like that. For a person who wants to be the president of the most powerful country in the world and the powerful economy in Africa, those kind of words, Jagaban, I thought it was uncouth, and I was put off by that. Peter B's one looked like a presidential candidate who went to an international forum and did a presentation. And this is what is supposed. If you want to know what a presentation is supposed to be based from a presidential candidate, this is what it's supposed to be like. So yes, I would give him kudos on that too, Peter Obi.
And in terms of the content of what he had to say, did he add anything new, or did he condense what he had always said into a more coherent, more expressive, and an expansive document So was the phraseology better, or did anything new come out in what Peter Obi had to say in terms of content?
This is where he gets the average grade from me. He still sounded like he was regurgitating what he said in the past. There's nothing he said based on questions asked that I haven't heard him address before. It's just that he was more articulate today. He came across more reassured, came across less intimidated, but he basically rehashing what he said in the past from my standpoint. One man.
All right, and in overall feedback to the event, so just give us your summary of the event and conclude it on if it enhances Peter Obi's propulsion towards the presidency. So overall summary of the event and it energized even further Obi's journey.
Okay, in departing the your platform, I would say that based on the no, I watched the live feed on the Rise, and it got to 25,000 watchers at one point. Uh, he's a very popular figure. He's a beloved person. I have a lot of respect for this guy. This guy has the intention to turn the country around. I'm not sure he understands how difficult that is going to be. But from his standpoint, his go-to phrase is, "I've done it in Anambra State. I can do it in Nigeria." Nigeria is totally different. It's a totally different space. It's a complex, multi-ethnic space, and people come with different innuendos and mindsets. So it's going to be more difficult than comparing Nigeria with Anambra State. Um, I was impressed. I wish him the very best of luck. Is it going to change the mindset of the people? The people who love him would always love him. He's shaking up the space to a very large degree. People know that he's a big boy in the polity of Nigeria right now. So all I can say, like I said before, is wish him the very best of luck. That's all I can say.
All right, Braden. Thank you, Alexander. Alexander, let's go on from you to Kulata, only because he has just a moment to spend with us. So we go quickly to Kulata then. So Kulata, you're up next. So that was the moment that we were waiting for, but was it a moment in time? Peter Obi presents at the Chatham House to mirror Tinubu, but did he mirror Tinubu, perform lesser than or better than or just an equal to? So you viewed it, so just give us your feedback. I don't have to ask you questions, but just go
Yeah,
for it.
sure. I viewed part of it while also trying to deal with my tenant. This is the benefit of contrast. You Peter Obi clearly beat Tinubu hands down with this performance. There's no basis of comparison. This is a more, I mean, from stage presence to the quality of the questions, to even the questionnaires, the quality of the questions. I mean, this was good. This was good. So when you kind of like look at what Tinubu did, if you, in hindsight, Tinubu disgraced himself in hindsight based on this because this man stood by himself, engaged the audience, presented, and all. So if I have to just base it on comparing with Tinubu, there's no basis of comparison. This was way, way, way better than what Tinubu did. Now, as usual, the style was good. The substance was lacking. But I mean, that's kind of like I mean, that's almost like the uh. I mean, we pigeonhole Peter Obi to be that. I don't. You can't give what you don't have.
The typical presentation of Peter
Yeah,
Obi,
it's typical. Yeah, it's typecast
long on
stuff.
style, short on substance.
Yeah, long on style, short of substance. You can punch holes to all sorts of things he said and unrealistic things. But to be honest, that does not matter because that's what he's been selling. Is improved incrementally over the time, especially since his manifesto came out. But the substance is still weak. In Yoruba parlance, they will say Ocean. Ocean is weak, weak sauce. So, but it does not matter. It only substance only matters to likes of you and I, and we're less than 0.00001% of Nigeria people that care about those things. It's now, if you want to get pedantic or fastidious, that you start poking holes in a lot of things he said. So I don't think that's anything to belabor at this point. This the style is what happens. The appearance is way more important 4 weeks to the elections than the substance. So this was a resounding engagement by Peter Obi. I give him the kudos he deserves. This was good.
Excuse me, and pardon me. And in terms of the audience, was it padded out with sympathizers as we saw with Tinubu, and the quality
No,
of the questioning were they soft questions, softballs,
there,
Kulata?
there might have been sympathizers there, but they were not as blatant as Tinubu. They still came with the hits. They still came with solid questions. At least the fair amount of the ones I listened to, there were solid questions about central bank, about insecurity, about I mean all those things. They were not like like Alexandra Gomez said, Jagagban, Jagagban. Because looking at that and looking at this quality audience now, it looks like one set were like Agbero like, and these ones were more like educated, at least master's degrees question askers, if that's the correct term. But no, contrast is good. It's good to be able to contrast. Because if Tinubu only did that Chatham House and nobody else did Chatham House, then we won't be able to have this opportunity to just contrast both people. And now, with benefit of hindsight, you see this was a better performance. Even the quality of the questions was good.
All right. And in terms of, you've said by your reckoning, he had better straight stage presence than Tinubu. But in terms of actually going to the Chatham House itself, a lot of people recall from that is kowtowing to the colonialist and parading yourself in a space that still has oversight on your country. As far as it being an event, is it just a show face thing that the Nigerian political space has adopted as a tradition now, or does it add anything to our political mix? This Chatham House appearance, INEC chairman to appear tomorrow, and then the Kano man day after. Kulata.
I mean, Chatham House is a disgrace, honestly, for us appearing. I mean, a sovereign country going to Chatham House like it's some ritual to be president is a disgrace as a country. So this is for all every single candidate entertaining this Chatham House nonsense. I mean, no, no, we're not governing. You don't intend to govern Chatham House. At best, you can have meetings with, with other foreign countries, foreign aids and all. But what's this Chatham House nonsense that we do? So this is for every single candidate going to Chatham House. This nonsense needs to stop. Chatham House is not Nigerian electorate. You should speak to Nigerian electorate. Let's stop doing this nonsense. It's just more like shows were subjugated to a foreign power. It's nonsense. Is indeed nonsense. But it's a show that we now are accustomed to watch. I hope it stops this time around. But hey, enjoy the show. Peter Obi put up a good show.
All right, you said Peter Obi put up a good show, but in terms of that showing, has it maintained status or has this enhanced him? So, has it made more of a gain in terms of his journey to Aso Rock by this performance, or has it just maintained status? So, in terms of the impact on his direction of travel, how has this impacted on his direction of travel?
Zero, zilch, zero. It's not changed anything. There's no new electorate watching Chatham House and saying, "Oh my God, now I have to change from voting Atiku to Peter Obi, or I have to change from voting Tinubu to Peter Obi." No, the people that watch Chatham House, the audiences that like Chatham House, they've already locked in their votes. So this is not changing anything. And you're not going to take a Chatham House speech to a village somewhere in Niger State or somewhere in Adamawa State, and then the voters there will watch it and say, "Oh my God, I now have to vote for Peter Obi or I have to vote for Tinubu." No, it doesn't work that way. Our electorate are not that sophisticated, unfortunately. So this will work well in the echo chamber. I think the ramification of this is the obedient will be more fired up. This is to fire them up that yeah, we're making the right choice compared to that Agbado man that went to disgrace himself. This is our guy. Is better. Peter is better. Okute is better. So that is all it does. It doesn't really grow his base or get new voters. No, you still have to go door to door to go and canvass if you really want to win the election. And based on our own projections that we did, he has a long, 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 long way to go, penetrating the core north and penetrating the southwestern interlands. He has a long, long, long way to go. So this doesn't help that case, unfortunately. But still good performance, and I insist.
All right. So, still good performance. So, are you then glad that he did do it? Just to at least document him in the Chatham House space. And is this essentially, if we boil it down to its core essence, is this essentially just documenting himself at that Chatham House space? As you said, not adding or removing anything, but just a show face, as they say in the creeks, a show face.
I'll put it this way: this is a footnote in history to show that Peter Obi is one of the major candidates in 2023 election. It's a footnote. It's like, all right, the top four candidates, three of them went to Chatham House. Peter Obi is one of them. That's it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kulata. Kulata. So, did you want to give a summary, and then I'll go on to Fatai? Do
No,
you want
I
to give us?
mean,
Yeah.
my summary is still the same. All in all, good outing, very good stage presence. That's the most important thing right now. Let's not get too pedantic on the content because it is consistent with his lackluster substance. But the visuals are better, more details to what he says. The regurgitating data is still there, but slightly more contextual. After that, just good performance, very good performance. That's it. Good luck to him. That's my
Oh, oh,
summary.
all right, brilliant. Thank you, Kulata. Stay with us just for as long as
One
you can.
one man. Before
No, no.
Kulata go, can I say
No,
something to him? I just
yeah,
want to say
but I
something to
just
Kulata.
want to document everybody turn by turn.
Yeah,
So unless
I
it's
know
important,
it's
yeah,
not my
yeah,
turn before he
yeah.
leave. Yeah, Kulata, thank you very much. Yeah, your narrative was quite good, but I'm not going to stick to you after that permutation you gave. But after reading the permutation you give, I just want to tell you that everything you said there was kind of BS, super BSism. That's all I want to tell you.
BS. What did I say that's BS?
No,
I
it's the
know.
broad, is the spreadsheet that you
I
did.
said superb BSism. Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Chris, I wanted to add to it. You owe my respect before, and you double it to 100%. Not like anybody that say what you said is not right. It's being biased, and anybody that comes after you now and say anything contrary to what you are saying is being setting the bar so low or is being biased. You said it all. Actually, I don't need to make any comment at all. Thanks, Kulata. I always
Thank you.
respect you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kulata. So let's go on from Kulata to Fatai. So Fatai, you are up next. So Fatai, Kulata said that in terms of presence, Peter Obi significantly outperformed Tinubu, which is a view. But in terms of, is that the view, or is it a stylistic difference, which is equal to, but nevertheless not greater than? Is it a stylistic differential equal to but nevertheless not greater than, or as Kulata insisted, was it just an overall better performance? So start from there and give us your appraisal on Peter Obi's performance.
Actually, I don't understand what Peace was saying. If anybody said opposite of Colata, then he's setting the bar low. Why? Everybody can say what they want. There's no setting the bar low. I might not agree with Colata. I might actually say opposite of Colata, and there's no setting the bar low. what do you call it? Uh, oh, yeah, that actually that statement just upset me. Actually, well, actually, I do have a different opinion. I think it's from where you look at it. I don't think it's a memorable performance. I mean, if you, and I say this in this respect, if you divide it into two, the presentation, the script reading part versus the question and answer part. The question and answer bit has some energy. The script reading, I couldn't make out a lot of things he was saying. There was a lot of slurring there. There was a lot of, I mean, there was a lot of incoherence there. That's not like, I mean, you could literally compare that to Tinubu's teleprompter reading, and Tinubu was very presidential. Peter Obi was not presidential. In the question and answer part, okay, Peter Obi take his question by himself. Tinubu had a different outlook. Now, it's up to you. If you believe that everybody should answer, a president should be able to answer questions by himself, yes, you might score Tinubu low, and I will agree with you. If you come from different perspective, like, well, it says it's a team situation, so this is anybody's take your pick, and so when you look at the energy, Tinubu was very newsworthy. That presentation is not newsworthy. There's nothing you're going to take out from there except Peter Obi was more had more energy in the question and answer part. There is nothing else to take out. There's no news from that presentation. And I was trying to actually in the beginning I was trying to like just take a note, but I couldn't really take a note of really. Uh, I'm not going to went.
I tried to take notes as well, Fatai, but in the middle of it, then I just realized that what I was writing down was no different from
From
all of the
everything.
from all of the conversations that we have had about Peter
Yeah, yeah,
Obi.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it then landed me to the space that it was a presentation, and it's really the quality of the presentation. That's why I'm inviting. If anybody noticed anything new in terms of what Peter Obi is narrating to the Nigerian space, that they should come forward with it. So if you noted anything new, then bring it forward. But in terms of impact, how has this impacted Peter Obi's journey to the Aso Rock seat? So has it significant? It has not diminished it, so we cannot say it has. But has it significantly enhanced his journey to that seat, or is it just a plateau in maintaining status as you were? So anything new that you gleaned from there, and then how is it going to impact Peter Obi's journey to Aso Rock, Fatai?
I think it keeps him in the game. There is nothing. There is no negative from there, but there is no breakout moment. Like there is no earthquake. Like oh wow, you know. There's no drama. I don't know whether if you think that is good or bad. I mean, publicity is always good, whether good publicity or bad publicity. If you have an appearance, I mean, what is the 15 minutes viral moment there? The viral moment out of there that it was a good presentation, which always the composure and everything. You always know Peter Obi was always giving like good composure. Whether you can get out anything out of him with regard to content is another story. But it goes, it does his thing, it's like that. Everybody with their own styles. But I don't take away anything. Actually, there was actually a part when there was this guy that was asking in 100 days what he's going to do with regard to FDI, foreign direct investments. I mean, I think that was a part he could have demonstrated. My own disappointment, he could have demonstrated his understanding of finance and investment, as he said, he knew it. But then he gave like the normal thing, I will secure the country, foreign investors will come back. No, 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 that's not. But anyway, it doesn't matter. And then the part dealing with the climate change, then I mean, there is no, I didn't find an answer that's like a takeaway answer. With climate change is going to follow the protocol until it can no longer follow it, then it goes to renegotiate it. But that's not what climate change is about. You have to implement some economic policies. It's not whether you start to take something that you can no longer do it and then you will go renegotiate. You take it or you don't take it. These policies, it's a whole economic model the whole situation. That is why this Tinubu was telling you is we have to be careful. It's poison, whatever. If you agree with that, yes, but you have to take a stand. Not I will do, then I will negotiate, then if I don't like it, I will then go and renegotiate. Well, I don't know. Actually, for my point, I don't really know what that means. And then there was the part with the external debt situation. How there was this student that asked this very excellent question. What is going to do? How is it going to deal with the external debt without resulting in downgrade of our credit rating? Even that, I mean, I'm saying this because I thought that this were his opportunity to they were supposed to be his breakout moment to give answer that is because his speech is stand along the lines like he knows economics, he knows finance, he knows business. But these are questions that will say, oh yeah, this is the person that knows it. But I didn't really see any concrete thing that demonstrate knowledge of these things. But okay, I accept if I want to believe that because it was a he had investment in banks before, then he would know. If I want to believe it, yeah, but as a as a takeaway, I didn't really see any takeaway. So I think it was brash. The second half of the presentation was brash when he was talking about the power that we were going to go to war for the power sector. Okay, I mean Nigeria parlance, but Nigeria space, you will kind of like say you know what it means. I mean, but since you're talking internationally, they might not know what you mean. So, but depends how you say it, neither here nor there. Uh, so it was brash. It was I will categorize it as a brash presentation. The second half of it, but I would like to know because I think Tinubu was heavily criticized for reading teleprompter. I would like to know if people are going to criticize obedient for like this is not Tinubu's reading of teleprompter was actually very skillful. That was a very skill.
Very
You almost
disguised. Very
yeah,
disguised. Yeah.
very disguised, very skillful. You almost wouldn't know that it was reading a teleprompter, but you obviously see Peter reading. It was like he reading this paper, and I think it's paper from his tablet or something like that. It's like this reading it, but for that, even for that alone, Tinubu was excellent reader of teleprompter. It performed better. It was more presidential in that regard because when you're president, most of the things you say are not they're not off the cuff from your head. You're going to be reading teleprompters. You're going to so that's what I mean. That it's how you want to look at it. So as a presenter of prepared speech, Tinubu was better. Off the cuff answer to questions, Peter Obi. No, but by the way, Tinubu did not. It's not that Tinubu wasn't better. Tinubu was very confident. In about two questions he answered. Is that he answered in that Chatham out? No, he answered very confidently, very brashly. Just that he delegated the other question. The only I think is the outlook. If you look at it in terms of substance, Tinubu had substance. There were many takeaways from Tinubu's presentation, but there was no takeaway from here. Oh my God! It's calling me. So I don't know. I think it's good. I think it's good. I think the second half was brash, but I don't like the first half because there was a lot of slurring and it was too heavy. The reading of the script, it was too heavy. It wasn't I don't find it tasteful. I didn't find the first half tasteful. The second half was good. I mean, he got into it. I think you could see him when he started. The fright was there, but as he went along, he got into it developed into the show. So overall, it was good. It was good overall. It was good, but not extraordinary.
In terms of how the political space will digest it, so for certain that there is a game going to be a game of compare and contrast. So when that inevitable compare and contrast comes vis-a-vis Tinubu, how do you think it will come out in the wash? How do you think they will land it when they want to make that comparison between this OB event and what Tinubu did previously? How is
I,
the political space going to digest it?
the political, I think if you take the, I think Obi is going to have an edge in the fact that he didn't delegate the questions. That would be his edge over Tinubu in terms of comparison. But if you go, if comparison, if you go, when you see, when, but if you take away delegation of the, Tinubu's Chatham was rapturing, it was capture, it was, there was energy, there was everything, there was the good, the bad, the ugly, there was, I mean, it was captivating, it was a show, it was a real show. This was not a show. This was Peter Obi as a person. Okay, he was a decent person, he's a good person. If you love him, you love him, but that's not a show. It's not memorable. It's not memorable. It's not, I mean, but if you put it side by side on many grounds, it's not going to, on the average, it's not going to be graded as better than Tinubu's performance. Okay, you might say there is a lot of MC Oluomos in in Tinubu's audience. You can say a lot of all this here, and you say somebody say was PhD student in Peter Obi's audience. Okay, if that's your thing, okay. So Peter Obi would probably get a better grade there. But when you look at as a show, like as something to behold, I think Tinubu's Chatham House would be regarded as more of a show. It was more of talk of the day than this one.
All right, brilliant. So, Tinubu more of a spectacle, but
More of a spectacle, yeah.
in terms of just the idea of going to Chatham House itself, the Nigerian space, they're somewhat recoiling from it, viewing it as going to kowtow to the colonialist. But the politicians, over the history, over time, they found that Chatham House a space that they must necessarily go to. So just as the idea of going to Chatham House to kowtow as Nigerians view it, what are your thoughts on that space? Give us a brief thought, and then we go on to Mr. Ed.
I think the Chatham House for this cycle actually is almost like inevitable. I know there's history to it, they've been going, but for this cycle is inevitable. And the reason I say that I don't think there's going to be a debate, like a organized debate, because these media houses, this is where I continue from what we were talking about yesterday. This is where the problem actually started. So there is a neutral body organizing debate. I mean, it's supposed to be a neutral, but there is an agency organizing the debate for these candidates. Now, this each of these media houses then go to this neutral body and say, no, we want to organize our own TV by ourselves. They destroy the debate arrangement. Now, these candidates know who are the proprietors of each individual TV houses. I don't want to go to a TV house that I know the owner and I know the owner is my enemy. I don't want to go, and this is what is the problem. It's inevitable because no, there's not going to be a debate. People have to, going to this Chatham House it's like a show, like if but if there's not going to be a debate, there has to be an opening for a show. So this is inevitable for this year. Now, so that's what I mean. These media houses in Nigeria, they are doing a lot of destruction to the Nigerian society. You can't have this too much partisan media. Objectivity is very important. I mean, calm down, all of these guys. But as regard to what everybody is talking about, as a well, I, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the point of view. I think I mean, okay, it's not like if it's like one candidate going for a particular situation there, I can see it. But if it's like everybody has to go to Chatham House, it becomes a little bit worrisome. I mean, Obama went to Germany to do it, but it was like a one event thing. It was like an event designed for something. But it's not like Obama went, McCain went, the other one went. Everybody went to one particular place in Germany. And no, if it coincided with a particular something or particular strategy, it makes sense. But if it becomes like something everybody has to do, I don't disagree with the majority of the opinion. It's a little bit I don't know where it's going, but I don't know. I don't know. It has everybody has to get their message out. But I don't know. I will. That's what I would say. I would say I don't disagree with the popular opinion. I don't disagree.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let's go on from you to Mr. Ed, and then from Mr. Ed to Sally Bees. So, Mr. Ed, you're up next. So, Mr. Ed, you're up next. So to it, then Peter B finally makes that appearance. So, in terms of the spectacle of it, the content of it, and how this impacts on his journey towards Aso Rock, your views.
Yeah, I think all has been said already. By the way, good afternoon, everyone, and then like, share, subscribe.
Good
I think it's
afternoon.
all. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's all been said already. I think I think Obi had a good performance in terms of stage presence. I think next to that, you know, I think everything that he's mostly said, you know, I think you know, he's repeated, which is normal. I would not expect, like, you know, he has a position that changes every time he gives a speech. I think in total, I think somebody was saying that they didn't hear something new. I did think that he did flush out his whole ideas, you know, around, yeah, around consumption to production. Yeah, okay. Around security, how he wants to tackle security, given like examples of what he did in Anambra. I think those are more pertinent to discuss. Yeah. So I think those are more pertinent to
I
discuss
feel
about,
your
you know.
pain. I feel your pain, by the way, Mr.
Yeah, and
Ed.
I'm multitasking, you know.
You can hear
Yes,
it in
yes.
my background too, but carry
Yeah, I
on.
know. I know. It's the afternoon, right? They're all back from school already, you know. So, no. Indeed, you know. So it might be interesting to kind of find out, you know, the people who are saying that they did not the content, you know, they don't agree with the content. It would be more, maybe it's good to review the content, what he's proposing, right? And then say whether or not it's a good, you know, panacea, you know, for the problem of that he's trying to solve. You know what I mean? So you can have more informed, you know, discussion based. Because I think sometimes just throwing, because look, if I think about what he said about, you know, consumption production. So when he keep giving because he did it again today, people laugh at it and say, I keep quoting statistics. What he's trying to do is psychology. It's what they call manifestation, right? The eyes, you know, can only the mind, right, can only manifest, you know, what, you know, is he think is possible. Okay, so when you give statistics and examples from other countries or this what they've done or whatever, that's just be able to show that, look, this type of information, we don't have to create something entirely new from the sky. This thing already exists. You know, other countries are doing the same thing, so we can you apply the same formula. It's not like a rocket science. All you need, I think, in that country is just good leadership. Somebody who can say, you know what, I will take on everything, whatever it costs. You know, it's not going to be transactional. It's going to be governed by rule of law. Period. You know, if you're the president, you're the president, you have all the powers. So, but he has to get there first, you know. So whether or not this helped him to get there, I think the real work is what, you know, I don't know to what extent they are scaling that up. I do see on YouTube that they are, you know, a lot of the obedience are doing a lot of sensitization in the inner lands and all that stuff. I saw that they created an app that they are using to, you know, to, let's say, to sign up, you know, the people who are working for them, and also the voters, you know, so they know. So I think they are really doing the. I mean, look, I think what people have to consider, we will see, you know, after the 25th, which strategy is better. Is that people are still judging this campaign based on the how campaign was always done in the past. You know what I mean? And I think there's no way he's going to win this election if he adopts the same strategy as the big boys, because he doesn't have the money, he doesn't have the structure, the traditional structure. So he has to innovate and be creative, you know, to beat them, you know what I'm saying, you know, to change the rules. He cannot play the same rule as they play. So I think when people judge him by the crowd, you know, that you pull, you know, in I don't know what for rallies, the question people have to ask, that's what I ask. Okay, does rally get you the votes? So you have to spend your money, you know, in areas that's going to get you votes. And I think it's more important, more important than rally, is have your team, you know.
But Mr. Ed, is Peter Obi not presenting as a quantity that cannot either be ignored or removed? Because he has maintained his status all the way through and has continuously enhanced his position. So
Yeah, but
it's not going anywhere, Peter Obi. So
of
the
course not.
political space has
No,
to contend with him.
so that's the reason. Because if I hear you guys speak, so I don't come to your show that often. Also because of timing, it's too late for me or whatever. But when I hear the discussion around, oh yeah, Peter Obi, this and that, I just laugh, because this is the same people when he moved to Labour Party in the beginning that said, oh, he's not going to last like a week or 2 weeks or whatever. And now they then say, oh no, he cannot win the state. Oh no, he cannot win like 3 million votes. Now they are now permutating and based on spreadsheet from somebody that maybe he could win like 14 states. You know what I mean? And you still have a month left. So I think people should be a little bit, if I was like Tinubu and the other guys, I would be really, really worried, that, hey, they may underestimate this guy because nobody knows what's going to happen. Because you guys, people that live like abroad, don't really know exactly what the situation is on ground. People are really suffering. And who I don't know if the old permutation is going to work, but I think it remains to be seen. But I have to say he did himself a good, by not fumbling. He did okay, So I think the only thing that he can get from this, perhaps initially, is like the obedience may become more motivated, based on his performance. That if they are motivated, they're also motivated to then go and knock on more doors, try to convince more people. I think that's where the game is really, So it's not really like directly you're going to be convinced. Maybe some people will be convinced, based on this interview. Of course, the intellectuals and those kind of people, but I think generally the biggest population is going to, depend on if the INEC, give us anything to go by, that the election is going to be really credible. Then the work has to be now, which is, convincing people, people in the villages, in the cities, whatever, about the not just Peter Obi itself, but also the LP logo that they have to recognize that when they vote, that they're not going to, vote for the wrong party thinking it's Obi. Because I don't know if you saw that on Twitter and some other spaces, that there's some strategies which PDP is using. I think they had like bag of rice, with Peter Obi's picture on it and the PDP logo. So they're trying to confuse.
Even posters as well. They are going
Exactly.
to
So,
they are rehashing 2019 materials. I'm
exactly.
pasting it all over the North, Peter Obi
What?
and article.
But ask yourself, why are they doing that? If Peter Obi is not making gains in the North. So I think people have to forget this whole idea that Peter Obi is not in the North. There are people working, saying the core North. Like I know, like a lot of groups, because the way his campaign is designed, it's not a traditional one. Labour Party is not doing anything for Obi. It's all those obedient groups that are doing all the work, So, and it's gonna be interesting. I guess we will see, what happens, I don't think it makes sense to permutate or to fight about who will win or will not win. I mean, 24 hours is a lifetime in politics, So let's wait and see. And keep, I think what is important is critique the solutions that they are presenting and see whether or not it works or doesn't work.
All right. Your daughter sounds around about 3 years old. Am I
It's
right?
my son. It's
your
my son. He's saying Spider-Man. Say hello. Hello, Spider-Man. Yeah.
Spider-Man. How old is he? Round about 3?
Yeah, it's 3. Yeah. He just turned
Yes,
3.
I know the tonality of a
Yeah.
3-year-old. So well done. Just in summary, in terms of impact. So how does this impact Peter Obi in terms of his journey to Ato Rock? Does he maintain state status or does he make new gains?
Oh, I think it maintains status and certainly doesn't lose. I don't think anybody that supported him before will watch this performance and say, no, I'll start supporting him. I think they will be a little bit encouraged, by his performance. So he doesn't lose. And the game, like I said, will be, maybe not a direct gain, but maybe like indirect gain where his supporters will be more motivated, to canvass more for him, and maybe that in that way, they can actually get more votes, because more people are now, more motivated to come out, and start to push for that new Nigeria that we're talking about, So hopefully that, I think maybe that would get him some leverages, but it depends on how they play it out, in terms of their canvassing and their mobilization strategy. So yeah, it remains to be seen.
And in terms of going to Chatham House to kowtow to the colonialist, your thoughts?
I think a little bit different about that, though, because I think once again, whether or not you say colonialist, but I think if I'm not mistaken, I think the British government is also supporting the election. They are supporting INEC as far as I know, but they are also in the country helping out with funding. INEC, so I guess it's also like especially the space Nigeria is at at now. That you also create that international awareness, especially for foreign investors. know that Nigeria is really serious. You know what I mean? So yeah, if for that reason alone, it makes a good thing. But I don't think we have to see like I mean, it's it's up to Nigeria to honor the invitation or not honor it's just an invitation, right? So any candidate, it's not like Nigeria is obligated to go there. So if you have like 5 candidates and all of them are invited, yeah, if someone doesn't want to go, yeah, they don't go. I mean, Atiku hasn't been there. Atiku did not honor the invitation, so I think it's all individual choices. Now, for me, I don't think that's a big deal. Yeah, and plus, don't forget that the audience is full of Nigerians, right? So it's not like they are going there to talk to British. They are talking to Nigerians, there, in Britain, So yeah, and they are very
You mentioned
important
the
constituents.
you mentioned the audience, Mr. Ed. So as I asked Kulata to you, were they padded out with acolytes and sympathizers, and the questioning, were they somewhat softball questions?
No, I didn't think so. I thought the question was quite hard hitting. So I don't, because I think I don't know if you've noticed that lately there's been a lot of questions around IPOB agitation. Okay. Basically, Spider-Man Parker for him. Yeah. Spider-Man Parker. Yeah. So yeah. Cause Spider-Man is that so. Yeah. So I think
you're teaching your son Igbo as well. No, well done. Well done.
No,
you should.
No, that's Dutch. That's Dutch.
It's Dutch. All right. Okay, good.
Dutch.
Are you teaching him Igbo though?
I'm not Igbo.
Oh, sorry. Carry on. Are you teaching him whichever language is native to you?
I'm Benin from Edo State. But anyways.
Okay. Are you teaching him that?
No, not really. But he knows a few words though. When we call home sometimes, when he talks to my parents, we say like the greeting words, etc. That's where. So.
All right. Carry on. The audience, where you were talking about the audience.
No. Yeah, I thought the questions were hard hitting. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. Certainly. I think the questions were fair. I think they were really reasonable questions. I don't think they were softball questions. And the people like somebody said also, I hear people who were doing like their PhD, masters. They're really educated people. So these are not sycophants. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that is in that respect, I think that was quite I think the questions were hard hitting in that respect. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ed. Stay with us. So let's go on from you, Mr. Ed, and go on to Sally Bates to see what she's making or what she rather made of the event. So Sally Bates. So that was it. The event, a moment in time. But what sort of a moment was it? You, of course, are obedient, but then as your principle enhanced the status or as it maintained status quo, vis-a-vis Tinubu, is it a stylistic differential or a greater than performance? Did anything of substance come out, or did it just repeat really all we've heard, which is fair enough because nobody expects anything new? So your visceral response, Peter Obi's presentation at Chatham House. Good to see you, Sally. Sally, we can't hear you. Can anyone hear me? Because I can't hear Sally.
I can hear you. So
yes. So Sally, we can't hear you.
I can hear you, one man.
All right, brilliant. No, Sally, we can't hear word. Can anyone hear Sally Bees?
No, she's on mute.
No, she's not on mute. I can't see her on mute. Sally, maybe mute and unmute yourself. See if that fixes it. All right, we can't hear you, Sally. All right. Okay, let me take this window to acknowledge the super chat, and then I'll go on from Sally to Man of Prestige, and then maybe come back to Sally if she's able to fix the gremlins. George Blueshell comes in. He says, wonderful comment from Dr. Alexander Gomez. Alexander Gomez fan club strong and growing all over social media. Joseph K comes in. Fiscal rascality equals tax evaders, and Obi is part of the game. So fiscal rascality There's no Nigerian politician not guilty of that. Certainly not Obi excluded or anyone else. So thank you for the super chat. So let's go on then as we are wait to see when Service is able to fix the gremlins and go on to
Hear me now.
we can hear you now. Okay, to it. Let's hear from you.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you did put a few questions. I'm probably running out of which one to start with. Okay. So, what I'll say about his presentation, you did ask whether he's been able to maintain the status quo, and I think one of the other speakers said, well, he didn't pull a show. But one thing we have to realize is that Chatham House is not a place for a show. It's a very serious organization that sets the platform for international discourse. Hence, with all the issues going on in Nigeria, they decided to invite the presidential candidates to come, and have their say in as to how Nigeria is going to move forward for a betterment, for a better nation. And this is important to the international communities, and also important in international relations, is important in diplomacy. Who's going to go there? That's the importance of it, because I heard Kulata basically saying, oh, we're like that's Chatham nonsense should stop. Well, if Chatham nonsense should stop, how about the African Union in Addis Ababa having an institution like that where future leaders of Africa can come and have a discussion and let the Africans, have their say, or the African academia have their say as to what they've got to contribute or what they've got to bring in. So, we just don't dismiss things. This is something that's been running for a while now, and really is important to hear them out on the international space as well. So going forward, I think Peter Obi was simply professional and presidential too. Now, why am I saying this? He has been consistent with what he's been saying in how he's going to rescue Nigeria. In all the takes, in all the ideas that he has, in all the plans that he has in his manifesto, I believe that from when he even, had a leg off, you know, um, in a noble manner, he's been able to communicate this. The same things he's been communicating is something he's been communicating international fora without necessarily being a Nigerian situation. So it's nothing new, in terms of how confident and how passionate Peter Obi is about rescuing Nigeria and taking Nigeria to the kind of level that we, even as citizens, will be proud of. And him coming here and basically answering the questions himself also demonstrates that the consistency for which he has, to deliver his objectives for Nigeria. So I really don't see why. I really don't want to compare so much. And we all know. I mean, I wouldn't say that Tinubu was a disgrace to Nigeria in his presentation. I would not say necessarily so. But he was able to also basically give a background of what he wanted to do, which he read on the auto reader, and he did that. Okay, fine. But when it came to the questions, he was basically assigning the questions to other people, figures that we know, and some of them we don't even like. In terms of the empirical questions that were asked, from him. So there's a huge difference between the way that they did the presentation. Whom can you trust? You want to trust. You want to hear it from the horse's mouth. So he was able to deliver all his ideas, his objectives, his manifesto, and so on. And and also giving consideration to the people's mandate. What do we want? People have suffered enough. And if you're not going to be like boisterous enough to stand up and talk about it, then this is where we have the question. We have questions about your ability, your physical ability, your ability to communicate, your ability to react when to even issues you don't know, and how you're going to how you're going to like handle that. Peter Obi was able to demonstrate that he's a human, and at the same time he's on top of the game, and that he's in the leadership of the game, and is really taking stands to move ahead in this game. So I would have said, basically he um he gave us Nigerians a lot of assurance, and also I'm sure he's also been able to convince the international communities who may care, or the press, in the ways that he's going to move forward. And I think from now onward, we're going to see a lot more about him in the foreign press as well. So I would say kudos.
In terms of impact, how has this impacted on his journey towards Aso Rock? Has he enhanced, or has he just maintained status? And how is the landscape going to respond to this presentation?
I think for Peter Obi, despite few of the things that have happened within the Labour Party, from when he started to this very moment, is always on the incremental. It's always going up. It's always calm. He's always moving. He's always with his crowd. He's always with his people. He's always with the women. He's always with the children, and so on. So it's like 24 hours. We're seeing Peter Obi, so much that it's like, oh, I didn't have to shake, because I've seen him, with students in Oxford Union. I've seen him, in other places, with doctors, doctors here in the UK. I've seen him, deal with, answer questions to students in Nigeria. So what more? I mean, there's no other big question they're going to ask him. There's no other difficult question they're going to ask him, other than what he himself has seen that actually gave him the passion to rescue Nigeria. You don't just start. Why didn't you and I? Why didn't we say we're going to become president? The passion is, yeah, we have the passion like Nigeria should be better, but we have the passion to see that we have good leadership. That's why we're here on this platform. So for him to be there, I mean, okay, look at Shawore. Do you see him anymore? Why is he not still fighting? Why is he still not there? So when you see someone who is moving forward, I mean, from a scratch position of a party that is not so known, then we just have to give him the kudos. At least he did not disgrace Nigeria, on that Chatham House presentation. He did not disgrace Nigeria. Actually, he brought Nigeria to the light, and those who would have seen him would start asking, what's going on in Nigeria, and so on. So I like it. I like his performance.
All right. In terms of a grading out of 10, give that performance a grading. But before you give that performance a grading, give Tinubu's performance, which you would have seen a grading, and then give this one a grading. And then we want to go on to Victor. I'll come next to you, man of prestige, but Victor is joining us from Nigeria. So we're going to Victor after you. But give your grading for first the Tinubu performance, and now the Peter Obi performance. And then if you want to sum it up just in a short comment, and then we go on to Victor.
I'll say Tinubu's performance. It wasn't too. It went a little bit untidy at some points, because there were just too many people being assigned to speak on issues. Um, if you are taking more of the questions, I feel when he started that was okay. But Tinubu is a very proud man, that kind of like, and yeah, in some ways good. When we come out as Nigerians, we like to be proud. But some of this pride, in the context within ourselves, we have to begin to lower that, so that the ordinary Nigerian can also feel like a citizen. So that is my quarrel with that aspect of him. Although he was immaculate in terms of looks and everything. So I would give I'm a bit tight with Max, but if it was a master's degree, I'll give him a pass. I'll give him a pass, and that is.
And Peter Obi.
That's below, I mean, thereabouts, and Peter Obi, I'll give a distinction because
A
of the
distinction.
way, yeah, I'll give him a distinction because of the way that he stood like a man, the way he was talking, the way he was demonstrating. You could see his muscles, you could see his body language, everything was just going in there. You could see the
Why were
power.
you looking at his muscles, Peter? What's going
Well,
on there?
we don't
What's
want a
going on there?
guy that is all
Is
listen.
it fine boy factor that is really
Make
appealing
it
to you
be,
there?
but if a man is a man, even if you are little or whatever, you must come out like a man. You have to look challenging. You have to look like you can rescue, you can do something, you can lift something. You can't just come and just like that. Nigeria is too rough and too boisterous and
Who
too
will win?
young.
Sally, who will win in a physical fight between Tinubu and Peter Obi
You won't keep person. I mean, leave me,
MMA?
oh, leave me, oh. Leave me, oh, you won't kill person. He looks good. I mean, he looks like look, this man has been traveling from post to post, place to place, door to door, and so on. For him to even come looking that, brilliant, that's, neat and all that. I mean, I would say, come on, this guy tried now. I mean, Peter B is really trying. Because even his voice, he's just trying to maintain it. He's been talking a lot. Look at it. If he can survive this, I think he can survive being the president of Nigeria and take us forward, somehow. Because, look, he's got the energy. We need energy. You just can't go and come and just be telling us blah blah blah. Come on, guys. It's time for us. Just like we're talking here, we've been talking and talking. It's enough for us to even build a nation from the amount of time that we've been on this program, talking and talking. Mr. Woma went to Mo. Now you go put for president next too, because we've been talking and talking here so it shows that we need somebody to deliver us, and we have to be serious about what we want the person to deliver us to, not for somebody to say that he wants to continue with the same footing of the person that is already killing us there in Nigeria. Come on, man.
Oh, all right,
It's not.
brilliant. Thank you, Sally. So we've lost Victor again. As soon as Victor comes back, I want to get to him quickly because we've not heard from him in a good while, and he's quite keen to speak to us. But as we wait, Victor, let's go on to Man of Prestige. So, Man of Prestige, you are up next.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. Can you hear me?
Yes. So, speak to your response regarding Peter Obi's performance.
Yeah, before I proceed, I was talking about earlier, about Kulata. I wasn't talking about what Kulata said this time. I was referring because I've not been able to see Kulata, since after the permutation. So I was really referring to his permutation when I say when I say superb BSism. That's what I was referring to. So it wasn't about his present commentary. And I'll be joking with him anyway. So having said that, let's go. Ask me the question. Can you hear me? Hello? One man. Hello?
I can hear
Can
you.
you hear me?
I can hear
Can
you.
any can
I can
anybody
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, but
Sorry,
nobody's
Prestige, are
hearing
you
me.
there? Prestige, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, carry on. Have you given us your response? So I stepped away from my computer for a moment.
Okay, let's go. Okay, go ahead and ask me the question because
Yeah, I was asking you in terms of performance, just the actual visual as an event presentation of what we saw. How do you see that? How did the whole package come together for you with Peter Obi being the star turn at that space? So, in terms of just the overall optics of it, how did that come across?
yeah, the optic was good. I mean, the audience was very, plausible. I mean, I like the whole audience. Yeah, it was a good performance. I mean, I give it to him. I mean, this is the best I've had him spoken. He was very eloquent. He elaborated on some of his manifestos. He tend to have the same form, but he was able to elaborate on some of this. So he did pretty good. But like I said, I didn't start listening from beginning. It's too early over here. I just woke up, then I just got to work. So I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I just said, let me come in and make some commentary. Yeah, I think he did pretty good. But if, go ahead.
And in terms of the audience, were they audience of cheerleaders, or was there some sort of push in terms of how they questioned him? So, what did you make of the quality of the questioning which then reflects on where the empathy of the audience would have been. So the
Uh,
audience and the quality of questioning, was it
uh,
up to par?
Yeah, I think the quality of the question was very, very up to par. I mean, the people that was, asking the question, I mean, I think they're very elite, they're very enlightening, judging from the audience. And I don't think there was any kind of pandering to the particular question. But of course, I don't know if there's some more obedience there or not more obedience because I didn't follow up with their names. But regardless, even I thought there's more obedience there, I mean, I don't know, I'm just speculating. But they asked a very legitimate question. I mean, a very enlightening question. I mean, with disregard. I mean, they asked him a very hardball question and he answered them for his own, the way it would be normally answered. He may not have elaborated. He said to subjugate the question, to the particular standard. So he used the same format that he always used, to answer question. So I thought it was very good. Yeah.
And in terms of the impact, how do you feel this Chatham House event would impact on Peter Obi's journey? Is it enhanced or does it maintain status? So, in terms of impact, does it propel him even further or has it maintained status quo?
It depends. I think on overall Nigerian space, I think it's going to be the same status quo, that he has maintained. But when it comes to the obedience, that kind of, embolden them more, maybe they go speak to other people that may not undecided, this swing vote or something like that, So that's where I see the impact maybe. But like you said, everybody has already made up their mind. You're not going to swear anybody from Tinubu camp or from APC or from PDP, even Kwankwa. So you're not going to swear anybody. It's going to be the same it is. But in terms of obedience, yeah, it's going to energize them because I've not been to any space today. Like I said, I just got to work. I mean, they're probably going to be thinking this is the best OB performance. How obedience. Of course, I'm one of them, but I'm not in Nigeria anyway, so I'm not going to have any impact. And I don't go to too much space like Twitter or whatever. Only come to a space. Yeah, I think it's going to energize the obedience, but swinging vote, no, no, no. It's just the same status quo, in my own opinion. It's not going to make that much difference. Yeah.
Oh,
Like
and
you
in
said,
terms of how the space would respond to it, especially the social media space, what sort of response?
oh man, it's gonna be up the chain. Of course, obedience. I don't know why. It just seems like there's more obedience because one man, if you look at what's happening, like we said, there's a lot of obedience. Causing people and trying. I think it's because it's more obedience on the space. I'm not saying that more Obi is gonna get more vote because of that, but it'll be if you compare in terms of being on the space. Let's just use the percentage wise. If you have like a million votes, and I mean like a million people, on the space you're gonna have like about APC, maybe about 10,000, they're in the space, but they're not as much as obedience. So obedience tend to crowd the space. So that's where it's coming from. Oh yeah, it's gonna be. I'm gonna go to the space later on when I get home, So it's gonna, yeah, I think it's gonna be up the chain in my own opinion, but it's just the space. That does not translate to people in the village or whatever, other areas, just with intellect, people in the space. Yeah, it's gonna be. We're gonna see what happens. When we go back to the space and see what's going on. I mean, they'll be celebrating hallelujah and all that kind of thing. But hey, that's how they are.
Yeah, no, I expect spaces to go wild.
Yeah,
But
yeah, yeah, yeah.
give it a grading then the performance out of 10. Before I then move on to the next two Osars.
You mean between him and the
Well, you could do that. You could do that,
oh what
or just as a standalone. Just as a standalone, give it a grading out of 10.
I think I will give like Tinubu. I will give Tinubu intermediary, which is like an average. I give Obi a very high grade. If you want me to make it percentage, I give Tinubu 50%, and I give Obi about 90% in terms of the stage and everything. But because I'm not very more particular about what he said or what he didn't say. But in terms of the stage presentation and everything, yeah, I give Obi about 90% in my opinion.
All right. So, yeah, I can hear you. So, is there anything else you'd like to add in terms of this event before I go on to the next contributor?
No, it's a good event. Like I said, I'm not going to talk too much. I didn't hear the whole thing. I just I'm going to come to the space. I didn't hear the whole thing. I mean, believe me, I just started listening because over here where I am, it's not like in the east. We're like about 3 hours behind. So yeah, it's still very early here. So It's appreciated.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, man of prestige. We might probably still revisit it in a later session, in our evening session, depending on how it goes, where we'll go into more of a deeper dive into it. So, always a delight to hear what you have to say on Nigerian events. Let's go on from you, man of prestige, to Osas and sample his opinions. So, Osas, you are up next. So, Osas, so you were here from the
Yeah,
onstart. Or yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
yeah, very well.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So you were here from the onstart all the way through. So just give us to the space your response to what you saw from Peter Obi, how it impacts on his journey to that seat that Buhari sits on at the moment. Good to see you, yourselves.
Uh, but for my own point of view is that nothing will change in terms of the appearance in Chatham House or whatever. But I know a hardcore Tinubu supporter will remain Tinubu supporter. A hardcore Kwankwaso supporter will remain Kwankwaso supporter, and a hardcore obedient will remain obedient. For me, I'm a Tinubu supporter, whether it goes to Chatham House or wherever. He never checked me. But the only grievances I have towards this our leader of a thing going to Chatham House is that most our leaders go to Shatta House to make a speech before they can become a president or whatever. But that thing make me look so worried because here in Germany, I live here in Germany. It's not up to a year, they did the election here. I never seen Olashos here, my councillor went to Nigeria to make a speech or Shatta House to make a speech before he become a councillor of Germany. So those things make me to be very angry. You know why? I was a bit not so sure about Tinubu or Obi. I was in between supporting Tinubu or supporting uh, Peter Obi. But now they have made Tinubu, Peter Obi have made me totally change my mind. You know why I said it made me change my mind because now I am fully for Tinubu. I thought Peter Obi will make changes by not going to Shatter House. Most we go to just check. I want to make an example like Paul Kagame of Rwanda. He have never been to Shatter House to make a speech before he become a Rwanda. But look at the changes the man have made in Rwanda. So if you want to make a change, that doesn't mean you go to White House first to make a speech or come to Berlin here to make a speech before you can find solution to your own problem. So I look it as a letdown to we Africa, mostly we Nigerians. I look it as a very big letdown. To me, watching the Shatter House, I cannot even bear it. I just switch off my TV, say this nonsense, because I live here in Germany. I've never seen a German senator or whatever goes to Nigeria to make a speech before he becomes his council or whatever. It makes us look down. A 200 a 200 million plus population, cannot find a very tangible and a reliable leader that will say, okay, let's do these things. We can make changes by going to shelter and start make some stammerer, start making quoting irrelevant quotation, irrelevant statistics. That will never make changes. So I just want to leave because I'm at work. What I want, my final point is that when I went to Nigeria last year, I went to Anambra State Oka. I think if Peter Obi cannot change Anambra State for all his time till this date, he cannot a very little Anambra State. He could not make changes in Anambra State. I'm still doubting how is he going to make a change to a 200, 200 million population plus in Nigeria. How is he going to make that changes? He cannot make a change of just a quarter of not less than 10 million. So I still think when I went to Anambra last year, after I came back to Germany, I think Anambra is one of the dirtiest states in Nigeria. The dirtiest. Upper Iweka, straight to Upper Iweka, UK, down straight. Everywhere is dirty. I said, this president is
Peter Obi has
president of
been out of governance for over 10 years. So how are you apportioning that blame?
yeah, but a man who wants to make changes can talk to his alibis, can talk to his present governor and say, hey, this is how I think things will work here in Anambra State. If you cannot make changes in your own house, how are you going to make changes in a Federal Republic of Nigeria? 200 million plus. Only Bonu region, Bonu State alone, or not to talk about Kaduna and Kanu, Katsina, all those areas. How are you going to make changes? You cannot make changes in your own local government here. Just Anambra State. I'm from Edo. I went to Anambra State last year to see my wife's family. I was very ashamed. I said, look, I'm here, my president. a president to be came from. Where I rest my case, my brother. Thank you. Happy New Year, my brother. Thank you for everybody on the platform. So I'm at work, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Osas. But before you go, Osas, you said what you were undecided between Obi and Tinubu. But what tipped you over was this
Yeah.
appearance by Peter Obi. But then Tinubu also equally appeared
Yeah,
at Chatham House. So how do you square that?
yeah. Then I was in French before say Tinubu never made he never did well in Shatter House. I was a bit confused. Say, I don't think I will vote for Tinubu. I live in Lagos. I spend all my life in Lagos. I was born and brought up in Ife, so I'm very used to Yoruba land. I know how it works. So when Tinubu went to Chatham House, I was a bit that I don't think I would, because Tinubu is a bit weak now. He's not so strong as a president. I said, well, maybe I will vote for Peter Obi. I will ask my family to vote for Peter Obi. No, but when I see when he went to Chatham, I thought he will make the changes too. He will say, okay, I'm not going to Chatham House to make my own decision, to make changes by not going to Chatham House. Say, let my people vote for me, let my people decide. But he went to Chatham House. There, I said, oh, it's over. I can't support this man again. It's all just the same gangs of criminals. All of them are all gangs of gangs of criminals, brother. I was very angry. I said no more. I will never support. I will send my 1,000 or 2,000 euro down home, Papa. If you vote for Peter Obi, you will never see money from me again. You will never see me again. I will never call you again. I can do that. I've been 10 voters from my own family or 20 voters from my own family will make changes in the state. Even my community where I live very close to Univen, I can make changes with my little money. So that is all I have. Thank you, my brother. Have a good day. Have a wonderful good day, brother.
And it's good to hear from you, Osas. Thank you. So let's go on from
Yeah,
Osas
yeah,
quickly to
thank you.
Vic. Yeah, let's go quickly to Victor, who joins us, and we've not heard from him for a good while. So, Victor, good to see you again. Where have you been?
Good to see you, woman. Yeah, I've been busy feeding my family.
But brilliant, first priority. So, so to the event then, Peter Obi's appearance. So, I'll just open the floor for you to respond as you will, because I know you monitor that space quite keenly. So, what have you made then of what you saw of
Yeah.
Peter Obi at Chatham House?
Okay, well, I am not a fan of, in the first place, I'm not a fan of going to Chatham House in the first place. I believe in future, these are some of the structural independencies that we'll get with good governance in the future, because there is actually no basis for going to the UK to debate an idea you want to execute in Nigeria, you know. But that being said, P2B was the classic P2B. I don't know if anybody is expecting something different. I don't know why. Actually, the problems of Nigeria don't change. It's just the same thing. Just the same thing they've all been talking about. All we are actually looking at is who we can actually trust to be able to execute the willpower, the ability to execute even the little you know how to do, you know. So I didn't see anything different. It's just the same P2B I've known. And that's it. And that's him being just consistent, being himself. So I didn't really expect much.
All right. As you know, people will contrast what we saw against what we saw previously. So you might as well open up that space, because that space will be entered fully in the course of the day by so many other spaces anyway. So compare and contrast then the Luther of Lagos to the and the Guy Man of Anambra. So how did they both put up a performance in London City Chatham House?
Well, Tinubu did this is what I don't think any of them has ever shifted position since they started this. They've always, because I critically look at their policies, their plans they have. Tinubu stayed on his lane, you know, said what he was going to do, maybe with a little bit difference of trying to delegate questions. But then that could also be ascribed to his style. And personally, I don't really see anything wrong with that. You know, my problem is who I want candidate. I think the country will get better when candidates who really believe that if the masses were better informed, that they would win the election. Those are the candidates I want to look at. Not we've heard so many stories now. It's not today we start seeing manifestos now. Yeah, but it's that person we can trust is who we are looking at now. And the reality on ground is that as it is today, things are getting worse off. In fact, the Nigeria you knew 2 weeks ago is no more the Nigeria of today. More things are happening already today. So I want people, they've all been consistent in their own rights. And honestly, I didn't see anything so different from what Tinubu said in his time. And I haven't seen anything so different from what Peter Obi has been saying also. So they've all stayed in their lane. And for me, that's a very good thing.
But in terms of impact, because it will have an impact, because a lot of people have been looking forward to this event. You say a lot of people, when they were looking forward to this event, they were not expecting some sort of a magical policy positioning to come out of Peter Obi at Chatham House. No, they are looking at it stylistically and how it will impact on Peter Obi's journey towards Aso Rock. So let's look to that space then. In terms of impact towards his ambition, how has this event impacted? Has it enhanced Peter Obi more, or has it just solidified him in the space that he already occupies? So to that, Victor.
From what I have seen, I don't think he will lose anybody by the way he spoke or by his style of speech. It has always been him. I don't think he's going to lose anybody. If anything, he's going to gain more visibility because he's on the international scene right now. You understand? And both of them, uh, Peter Obi particularly, since he started, majority of the things he has done has actually marketed him the more. So this is just him carrying that same news to. I don't expect to see. In fact, I still don't expect to see Peter B dancing. I don't expect to see that. Just that, as I don't expect him to come out speaking so passionately and all this. He has been this kind of humble kind of guy. So that is what I saw today, and that is he didn't improve on it, and he didn't do less of what he used to do.
All right. All right. So, in summary, what are you taking away, Victor, from this event by Peter Obi? Because there's no equivocation. Peter Obi has solidified himself as a real contender in this space, and I think that this performance at Chatham House now, it now places him in a position that is such a quantity now that cannot be disregarded anymore. So is that in itself sufficient enough of a gain, or is this just a non-event, just for the purposes of documentation, just to match his contemporary? So as a takeaway comment, just give us your roundup of what's just happened today, Victor.
I think this was just him repeating himself to the international world. All right, and actually majority of the people that actually watched today had maybe previously already decided who they are going to vote. And this election, yeah, who you vote honestly in this election goes a long way in showing you across board. Everybody has their own peculiarities, all the candidates. Showore will come speak the truth, whether the house will go on fire or not. He will just say the truth and go. This other one, they all have their very, very different, distinct attributes. So who you vote this time says a lot about who really you are. Because I think more people are actually more informed right now. And these decisions will be theirs to make.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Victor. Good to see you again. The audience have been asking where you were. So there is Victor. Nothing's happened to him. Like he said, daily bread. I think we all know the meaning of that, daily bread. But Victor is not a daily bread man. No, he's a multi-millionaire who tries to come and pretend some. You think we know you, Victor, and we know where you live. But there is Victor, one of the traditional voices on the space. So good to hear from you again, Victor. Let's go on from you, Victor, as we continue to pass the conversation around and go to Posh Collins, who wants to tell us that in inelegant words what is just experienced now. So, Collins, you are up next. Peter will be the man of the moment. Your take on what we just saw.
Good woman, and good day to everybody that's spoken. That's very, very good. To be honest, I think every other person that spoke before me has said what I'm going to say. So I will try not to repeat myself too much. He did well. He did exactly as expected. So there was really I wasn't expecting him to go there and do anything different from what he did. The only where I differ from some of people that have issue with Chatham House is an international space. So Peter Obi didn't actually just Tinubu did not go there to look for votes. He basically went there to tell the world that this is me. And if I become the president of Nigeria, that this is who you people expect to be dealing with. And it's not really about how we receive him as people. It's more about how international community sees them. That really matters. So I think he did very well. I think he represented Black race well, in terms of standing. You wouldn't say that any person would be embarrassed to say that this is my president. So yeah, he did very well. And like I said, although I understand where people are coming from, knowing our history with the British, but we do not have media that is global. So being in Chatham House puts you in that global stage. So it is important. And the role that we are planning or hoping to play for the Black race, we have to be seen in these global stages until the time we probably become as strong as China. Then we can now tell people to come to us. But we are not even close to being there now. So we have to use this platform. So I really don't see any big deal about that. I think it was the platform was there for them to use, and they have to use it.
All right, Colin. So the inevitable. Compare and contrast. If you don't want to, the whole of the political space will. So you might as well. You've seen two main protagonists make an appearance at the same place to make sort of the same plea. So one pleaded in a way, and another in another. But what are you making of the two pleas? Peter Obi versus Tinubu, your take.
There's really nothing to compare, and this is not me trying to be disrespectful because both of them read what was written for them or what they wrote themselves any which way. Both of them read it, and I saw someone trying to argue how who read what was read, but it doesn't really matter. It was written, and they read it any which way they know how to read. So, but when it comes to question, one person took question, one did not. So if you're asking me to compare, what am I going to base that comparison on? There's really nothing to compare to a man.
All right, brilliant. But as an overall score, we've seen Peter Obi all the way through when he left PDP to go on to Labour, and it started, and we have seen the gradual progression. So it's crescendos at this event now. So in terms of comparison on his presentation as a public speaker and a politician seeking the highest office. Have you noticed? Are you impressed or not by any improvement in just how his delivery, the substance, the confidence, the commanding of the space, and all of that? So have you noticed a marked evolution in Peter Obi as he continues on his journey? Collins.
Yes, a lot actually. A lot because I'm one of those voices here that I've always made it known that I'm a little bit tired of hearing him repeat the same thing over and over. But at this point, that is also beginning to make me see it differently. That this is who this man is, and these are his conviction. And when a man have an idea that he believes in so strongly, like I want to believe he does, he just have to keep repeating it. And in repeating it, he started to master it better, because his confidence and everything is getting stronger. He was very, very presidential. I mean, like I said, if that if that was if I was any other black person who wishes well for Nigeria watching him and sees him the first time like that, I would think, okay, this man is quite up to the job. So, yes, he started small. He started a bit wobbly with his voice. Even that voice is beginning to register in a lot of our mind now. I don't even I don't even see it. It doesn't even sound as annoying as it used to sound to me before. But yeah, that's what it is. He's grown really. Yeah, he's win or lose, he's one politician in this political period that have gained more than any other person because he started with nothing, and every day people just keep saying that he could do this from, he's going to go away to he's come to stay, so he could win some states and everything. So it's all win-win for him. He's doing really well. If I was related to him in any way, I would be very proud.
All right, brilliant. And you touched on it, but just to state and condense it, or rather document it. Do you see Peter Obi now as a president? Not to say that you think he's going to win the presidency, which is different, but in just that, in terms of how he's increasingly coming across, can you see a president in this man? Can you see him as a president?
I do actually, and I really wish that he will get there. But if he doesn't, and whoever wins this period doesn't do up to expectation, I think it will be his to lose in the next in 4 years' time if it's free and fair, because then we would have tested out the beavers and other things. So I do see him as I do see him very presidential, and I do see him. I think one thing that he has going for him that other candidates don't have, like we all said, they are all corrupt in their own ways. Obasanjo, even in his letter, said that none of them are saints, and I believe him. But one thing that he has going for him is the ability to sound believable and very relatable at the same time. So um, he's been whatever he's doing, whatever God he believes in, is very strong. And all the people around him, he has all the right people around him too. People that are willing to take him from nothing and get him to where he is. Not discounting people like Aisha Yusuf, who has built a lot of street credibility in Nigeria as well. Seeing her go with him in all these events and everything, it's also has also like really significantly, I think we will never know, but I think she, more than any other person, have really pushed his profile because she had that I'm fighting
So,
for
so,
you.
so, so you think her lending her credibility to Peter Obi has had an impact? I thought she
I
was
do.
just there for decoration and for nuisance value.
No, I don't think that she's a nuisance at all. Because the thing about it is that remember that before the answers start taking shape, there are people like her needed to to come out. So that iconic photograph of hers and everything. She has that street credibility. And because she's not everyday Nigerian in terms of social status, but she's been able to most times like see that less, and the things that she says and the way she says them as well, lending it to Peter, it just fits in perfectly. And yeah, the people that are working for him more than him, they've been really, really good for him, to be honest, because I don't think he could have done anything by himself on his own. Because like if we have to use a number, or like someone said that he was there and he was dirty and everything, I don't think any person can really campaign with any state in Nigeria, and that would be what their credibility will be solely based on, because I don't think any states have really performed that well, to be honest. So having people with a little bit of credibility to be in your corner, that's working wonders for him.
All right, brilliant. Yes. So, in terms of impact, I'm not quite sure if I've asked you. As Peter Obi, has it maintained status quo, or is it enhanced by this performance? So, as it not even just though, because maintaining status quo is even a significant thing in itself. But with this event, did it maintain status quo, or was it enhanced even further?
I think it's more of maintaining than enhancing, because there's really no votes to be gained from this. But there was something Eddie said that I hadn't said from that angle. Maybe for his supporters, this will give them more fuel, to think that we've made the right choice. And that is also very important, especially at this stage of the race, because what you do not want is people starting to feel like, is it really worth it, or something like that. I think that's where the contrast thing comes to play, because his supporters and those who are not yet very convinced, they would look at these things now and they will be like, okay, who am I going to trust, in the sense that I can actually hold responsible when things start going wrong, because he's the one that I know that will be available to take questions if need be. So yes, this have not given him any extra votes, but it's definitely fuel his base to go out and work harder for him.
Brilliant. I have to say I agree with that. It's unquantifiable the amount of Philip that is space is going to get from this. I cannot just wait till they start to open up. They will just they will find new language to eulogize about Peter Obi over the next 2 days. That is the Moses of our time previously, but after this performance now, it maybe we will get Jesus status. I don't know, but certainly the a real Philip for his space.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. And I hope, and I think that at this very at this very stage, that's all you're hoping to. I think all of them that goes to any public event now, more than anything, is hoping not to slip up, not to commit anything that will be seen as negative, other than more than actually looking for those votes that he's probably going to get. And I think that's what he's been able to do very, very in this outing. So he's been able to like tell them, I'm your man, come with me. You're not making a mistake. You can now go, and use this to now compare to Tinubu. To be honest, I think Tinubu I think he had. I think starting anything, actually, you always be at a disadvantage. I think maybe Tinubu going there first is actually now beginning to or will be seen, because now we're able to compare and contrast. I think that is probably the negative that will come, because there's something to compare now. So two men appeared on the same stage. One did this, the other did that, and all that. So I I think that Tinubu probably, if he knows.
All right, Collins, you are breaking up somewhat.
Like said, this time have always been like
All right, I think we've lost you, Colin. All right, thank you, Colin. Let's go on from Colin to sample the opinions of World Peace. So, World Peace, you're up next. So, the conversation. We've been waiting for this moment. The moment has now come and passed. But what are we making of it? So, World Peace. Peter Obi makes his appearance. But what did you make of it? World Peace. World Peace. All right. Let's go on from World Peace then to Playtown. I think World Peace may be indisposed. Playtown, hopefully you are there. Playtown. Can anyone hear me? Indicate if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear
All
you.
right. Yeah. So it's Playtown there. You're up next if you are Playtown. I think people are keen to hear
Okay,
from
I
you.
am.
Yeah. All right. Brilliant. So to it then. Your man makes an appearance. So now, take out the dictionary and read us the best words to eulogize about Abitobi. Playtown.
One man. It is funny that I've been obedient, like I say, for almost 11 years. I started following this man since 2011, and 11 years down the line, he's still impressing me. I mean, I'm not supposed to be getting impressed by Obi again at this stage. I don't think I should. It's abnormal for me to still be getting impressed. But that's by the way. There's a noise. One man. I don't know. Somebody has to mute their mic.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
Oh, good. So first of all, let me address something somebody raised here about Chatham House, saying it's disgraceful for our leaders to go to Chatham House and talk about their visions and whatever it is. I think it's I think the guy, my good friend, I think he's a new guy on the platform, so I don't know his name, so you should forgive me about that. Um, I think he does not understand what Chatham House is. Chatham House is not uh, uh, Chatham House is simply a gathering of think tanks. Because first of all, before we can talk about do they need to be in Chatham House or not, we have to talk about what is Chatham House. Chatham House is a gathering of think tanks, potential investors, foreign investors, and representatives from foreign medias. And it's almost like a global eye, an eye for the global world. You get what I'm saying? So leaders have been in Chatham House. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and the likes have been in Chatham House. People have been in Chatham House over the years. And so it's just a gathering of think tanks, intellectual. It's not a place for. It's not a town hall organized by British government for to colonize you or all of those things. No, it is a gathering of think tanks, intellectuals, potential foreign investors. One of the guy that asked question, if you watch that this thing, one of the guy that asked question, he said that he is an advisor to foreign investors, to companies that are interested in investing in Africa. So those are the people you appeal to because when you become president, so that they are the ones that will bring investments. Apart from the local investors or the diaspora investors, the foreign investors are there. So you have to paint a picture of what your potential Tinubu presidency and a potential Peter Obi presidency will look like. because before you get to the polls, you have already started marketing your country. You have to start marketing your country so that you will be on their list of uh, uh, where to go, and you cannot be on their list of where to go if they don't get a vision of what this country is likely going to look like under your government. So it will be so sad if someone is aspiring to lead the most populous black nation on earth, do not avail themselves the opportunity to begin marketing their country even before they get there, especially when the country is highly indebted and the country does not have revenue and in their need of foreign investors because a lot of them have run away. So Chatham and this defense, I'm putting it across on behalf of Peter Obi and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. They should be there. Tinubu was right going there. Obi was right going there. And I hope Atiku should go too. I mean, our INEC chairman is going because you cannot be saying, and all this idea about talking about foreigners, blah blah, foreign. You are depending on America for security apparatus. You are not producing any security gadget in your country. You are depending on them for Tocano jets. You are depending on the foreign community for foreign investments. You are depending, and then the same you open your mouth and say we don't need to sell ourselves to them. We just have to come back to the no. That is very contradicting. So that is that on that space. One man on Obi's performance. First of all, I think the first thing I noticed about the performance was the presence. I don't know. I want to confirm if you're still hearing me. One man before I continue, sir.
No, no, perfectly. Carry on.
Oh, good, good, good. All right. So the presence, the stage presence. That's the first thing. Sorry. The first thing I actually noticed is the fact that I think somebody talked about it on this platform. One man, come on, let's give it to him. He looks good. He's a handsome man. With his dimple. I think the person that made this.
It's Sally B. It's Sally B that has a
It's Sally
teenage
B.
crush.
Yeah. I
That has
think the
a
ladies are
teenage
gonna.
teenage crush on Peter Obi. Yeah. Sally B,
I
we are
think
talking
the.
about you and your crush on Peter Obi. Yeah, well, carry on. Yeah.
I think I mean, he looks good. He looks present. He looks clean. I mean, he's somebody. I mean, that's an ideal president of an average Gen Z or Gen X or what have you. He was presentable, and I think somebody else made this is a black senator this time because the material was more rich and. But that's by the way. So to the crux of the matter.
So, sorry, before you carry on, what were you making of
Yeah.
Peter Obi reading from an auto prompter? Something that
He
Tinubu
has
was
never done before,
criticized
yes.
quite viciously. Yeah. So, what do you make of that? Is the criticism equal, or has it changed?
First of all, let me repeat again some of my reviews about Tinubu's Chatham House. First of all, how can somebody criticize a president for reading from a teleprompter? Obama's greatest speech was made from a teleprompter. Obama has made a lot of teleprompter speeches. So how can you say your criticism of Tinubu's appearance is because he read from a teleprompter? I mean, we understand that sometimes presidents should talk out of their head and all that, which is actually why Obi has a very high believability quotient, if there's anything like that, because of the fact that he does not read things, prepared speeches. He's always addressing people directly. I think that's actually able to read his emotions and everything, and it's coming direct from them. They know it's coming from inside. They know it's not some speech writer somewhere that put together some wonderful words and for him to just read it out. So I think it's working for Obi. But saying because Obi is doing that, it should be a benchmark for presidents. It might be an addition for Obi, but it's not a benchmark because presidents across the world read from teleprompters. They read prepared speeches. That's why they have professional speechwriters. So I don't think that is wrong. If you want to criticize Tinubu's Chatham House, you can criticize the teleprompter. You cannot
Oh, oh,
criticize.
all
You
right.
cannot even criticize the deliberation.
You are breaking up somewhat. Playtown, but if you can round off and then move from the teleprompter back to the substance of what we saw today. So, but there's a lot of humming noise and some whooshing noise, some grainy noise coming through. But maybe reposition yourself and carry on.
Woman, if you can hear me, let somebody go then I come after the question.
All right, brilliant.
Let
Let's
me try
do
and fix
that.
this.
All right, let's do that. Okay,
Yes.
so whilst we're waiting for Playtown to sort out the gremlins, let's hear from Folly who joins us. So Folly, Peter Obi makes that appearance now. Tinubu to come. Notably, Showore never invited to Chatham House. Maybe perhaps the sort of MC Oluomo mannerism that he has. But the people that have been invited, Peter Obi makes his appearance. So you are detached from that space. You are neither for Peter Obi or Tinubu or anybody. You're a dyed in the wool Showore man. So you are looking at it dispassionately. So a dispassionate assessment then of Peter Obi's presentation as at Chatham House. Good to see you, Folly. Folly B, you're up next. Folly, or mute.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'll be okay. You referring to my presidential candidate as
MC
FC
Oloma.
Oluoma.
Okay, Pelema Vino.
I think you are not doing us. You are not doing us any favor by doing that.
No, I was only joking.
It's
Apologies.
very
Carry on.
yeah
Yeah.
yeah. Well, the last speaker has already said something. I think I'll need to talk about. He was talking about Chatham House. The Chatham House is a place where the people of high standard used to gather to know or the kind of president you are going to be for your country. And you think that the best place for a Nigerian president to go to is Chatham House to go and tell them what you want to do as a president of our country. I think that should be a slap on Africa entirely. I'm not actually sure that if that all these Nigerians guys outside know what Africa actually stands for, a continent that owns everything they need in life, and they still believe until they get to their slave masters before they can become anything in their life. I think it's not something I can accept. I think I don't know how many times Nigeria Chinese president have ever traveled to Chatham House to go and say something to them before he can become president, or America president, or any president in the world. And I think at this junction, Africa leaders has to see beyond what we actually have. I think I know we have already programmed to believe that anything we have is actually from them. But our generation and what we Showore's caucus, what we stand for, is like Africa can be great without any one of them, and we are standing on our feet, and we are not ready to be bamboozled with what we believe. And Obi at Chatham House today actually vindicates that what we have been saying about Obi, that I'm sure before Obi can go to any debate, he always like to listen to my principal. He know what my principal can say, and he's always love to listen to him before you go to anywhere to go and speak. He's only copy what we have been saying for so long, and thank God today that he's coming out to come and join us. But we're happy. The movement is growing. All of us are growing together. Obi, Showore, everybody. We are sure what we are fighting for is to see Nigeria work for everybody. So at this junction, we are not trying to bring anybody down again. But if you think you are fake and you think you are not ready to lead Nigeria to the path that will give us our freedom, you better don't pretend. Let us know. You don't need to pretend to us. So we that already know our candidate, we know he's not pretending. We never back down. We always support him. We always be in support, and we think he's still the best to lead Nigeria to a promised land. think I will stop my this thing.
All right, thank you, Folly. So, you're not especially impressed by Peter Obi, but then talk to us then a little bit about your candidate, Omoyele Sowore, for the benefit of those who don't know what Folly stands. Folly is a full blooded Omoyele Sowore devotee. So, how is the campaign going? How is Sowore doing? And where can we see him perform next, or in terms of making an yeah. So
Okay.
how is the
Yeah, as of today, I think Showore is in Kano. Can you hear me?
yes, carry
Hello.
on. Yes, we
Yeah.
can. Carry on.
I know Showore is in Kano as we are speaking now, trying to talk to the Kano people about the kind of Nigerian that are all dreaming of. And the problem I think Nigeria is having is because we've used to believe in the oppressors so long. So we don't expect them to just change overnight. But I believe that many people are rising up against the tyrannical system we have in Nigeria today. And part of it is the branch of it is what Obi is controlling. But I'm not really sure if Obi know what is actually carrying. But we know the moment that is pushing Obi is also is our product. It's only they didn't actually know who is better for them to lead their struggle. But we that we know what we are doing here, we believe so much in our movement and we believe so much in Showora is doing. Showora is the only person that is speaking to the heart of Nigerians. And people who are believing in his ideology, in his belief. And with time, Nigeria will know better. We are growing every day. Our number is increasing every day. And people are actually seeing what Showora stands for every day. The number is getting increasing every day. We believe that with time we'll get it right.
And in terms of the alliance that we're hearing between the AAC and PRP, how is that going? Is there any veracity to that? Is that something that is in the pipeline? Is
Yeah,
Showore and
yeah,
Kola Abiola about to work together?
that no no. Akola Abiola is not a revolutionist. He only believes the party is actually meant for politicians as usual. But the PRP party is a party of revolutionary party that people that believe in seeing Nigeria working. They were the founder of the party, like people like Barabi Musa, people like Aminu Kano. They are the people in charge of PRP. But Kola Biola believed that he can just come and take over the party. He has his own fashion. But the real content of PRP, people that really own PRP, they are not in support of Kola candidacy. So Kola is not actually supporting what we are. But the people that believe in what PRP stands for, and they'll see a party that actually represent what they believe. See a Nigerian that will work for everybody. They were the one that endorsed Showore. And as I'm talking to you at this moment, Showore is the midst of PRP people. They were debating on how to move Nigeria forward. As I'm talking to you now, they were together discussing on how to move Nigeria.
All right. Folly, I know you both on this screen, and I've spoken to you off screen as well. So I know you're a solid standing sort of person. In reality, what is this Shore journey all about? Is it a sensitization process to sensitize and reorient the Nigerian space to a different way of thinking, rather than him necessarily thinking it's going to land in Aso Rock? So if Peter Obi, not Peter Obi, if Omoyele Sowore, if he's able to cut through to help people realign their thinking in terms of what their entitlements are within the Nigerian space, would that be a victory for him in and of itself without him becoming president? So is he on a sensitization mission, Sowore? Solly.
Okay, I think let me use my own case as an example. I never joined politics or support a politician because of what I want to benefit in the politics or what will come to me. My joy is to see Nigeria working, is to see our children going back to school without anyone of dropping out of school. My joy is to see my environment. Um, everybody can fill their bellies 3 times in a day, even if possible 4 times in a day. And my joy is to see um, my people going to bed without afraid of maybe anybody will come in the night to come and harm their life. I enjoy to see a Nigerian that can actually give us that promising future we want for our children. So we are not doing it for like we want to get to Aso Rock at all costs, but we will be happy if you can have the best of us in Nassau Rock. Because for long, we have been sitting at the back of the fence. We have been seeing things like politics. Governance is not is we are less concerned with governance with people that rule us. But now, people are now getting to know that politicians determine their life. Politicians determine how they live. People are now getting to know even your best certificate is not even yours if government did not approve it. So people that take that crucial decision of your life should be monitored, should be scrutinized before allowing them to get there. So I think that's what we are doing now. And my principal um, is actually coming out, and I believe all Nigerians know if Showore can handle Nigeria within 4 years, the game will not be the same thing again, and Nigeria will never be the same again. I can promise anybody, and we know that my principal is the best among the candidates and know what he wants. And we are not ready to even compromise our idea because we want to win. No, we are not. We are not eager to win and come and become another demo for Nigeria. We want to win because we believe Nigeria. We believe so much in us, and Nigeria will queue behind us.
All right, brilliant. So everything you said, you find that a lot of people actually agree that Sore is the best candidate for Nigeria. But we all agree that. But why are we not following him? What is the one thing that you think is preventing us from following Sore? So
Yeah,
briefly on that, and then we go on
yes,
to
yes. I think what is really happened to Nigeria is this is um we've used to all these Babariga people who has the money to mobilize people who has the money to campaign, and people would think because they be one where they have been in one office before, and that should give them the more chance that they will have experience more than people who have not been in the office. And Nigerians don't really believe in someone like them can become president. We never see anyone from inside inside Nigerian masses that can actually come out to present himself as a candidate for presidency of Nigeria. So we never see that. We never used to a system that can produce an organic leader that will not have a godfather. So Nigeria we've used to this. And we are not surprising if today people will not yet understand what someone is just bringing into the system. We know it will take time, but we are not in the race to come and rush there and rush out. We are coming in to change the narrative, and we believe that by the time Nigeria actually see what Showore stand for, by the time people of integrity of Nigeria actually value what Showore stand for, they will be the one to campaign for Showore because the picture is becoming more clearer every day.
Woman, can I interject a little bit, please? I don't know
yeah,
if there's
just a little bit because if everybody's I'm slotting it. Oh, okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
okay. Collins, I think I tend to disagree
That's
on
not
why.
Collins. Sorry, that's Folly B. Folly B.
Oh, okay, Polybees. Oh, sorry, Polybees. It's Jewel of Nashville. I tend to disagree on the reason why Sowore is not having that kind of fellowship. I think the only thing that Sowore needs to do is to go for a lower office, prove himself. From there, whatever he does from there, we make a resounding noise, coming out. People will be able to see where he has done it before.
Please,
That is the only thing. That is the only edge. I'm just
oh,
telling you the
oh, oh,
gospel truth.
okay,
That is
okay,
the only
sorry,
edge Obi has over Showore. He has
sorry. Can
managed.
I please? I think I know where you are going to, and I've been answered this kind of question for so long. And let me just give your own answer as well. If you're asking Showore to go for a lesser office to go and start from there, do you know? Have you ever heard about history of story of Balarabe Musa?
What happened to him? I know.
I'm asking you a question.
Balarabe
Do you know?
Musa, but what part of
Oh,
his life?
okay. Balarabe Musa is one of the best Nigerian governor so far in his own time. But when the Nigerian system noticed that it's coming in a way that they never believe it's good. So they have to plan against him. Yes, they have to plan against him and make sure they impeach him. So throughout his life, he has no opportunity to become anything again in Nigeria because Nigeria Constitution actually go against him not to contest again because he was impeached. So this is what Nigeria can do for you. So if you are asking Shawore to go for any office and these people know that he's actually been standing out, they will definitely fight him to make sure he didn't achieve anything. So that is why we are not ready to go for lesser office. We want to go for where we think we can change the narrative.
My brother, but I think you can. I think he can go in there and make a
No,
point.
no,
That
if you are talking about
you remember
bros,
you remember when
do,
Peter
do you
B
know
when
do you
Peter
know the
B
problem? Do you know the problem people have in Nigeria? I've said it that actually believe that until you have governed Nigeria before, that is only when you can rule. Mandela ruled South Africa even from the prison. He came out he said he came out of prison to come and rule South Africa, and in this of South Africa, he actually is still the best today. So don't wait until somebody rule in local government chairman before he can become president in Nigeria. All these people
I
we are
get it.
celebrating
I
today.
get it. But
Yes, yes.
if he cannot manage a simple opposition within a
Oh,
local
oh, oh, oh,
a
oh,
state,
oh, 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 all
how
right.
will
No,
I
he
no, no,
don't.
no,
I
manage
no.
want.
such
I
a
No,
don't
I
want
don't.
gathering?
us to have a. Sorry,
I
gentlemen.
don't.
I
I
don't want
don't. I
us.
don't know what you
Sorry,
mean by
sorry. Hold on, Folly.
manage. Okay.
Hold on, Folly. I don't want us to have a full-blown Showore debate, but let Folly respond to what you just said, Joel, and then we move the debate back to where we were. So respond to him, and then we move on. Folly.
Okay. I think when you are saying that Showore should manage what's it called? You say you should manage opposition, right? How do you put it?
Opposition.
Yes. I think that's
No.
what he meant. Yeah, I think that's what he meant. He said he should go and manage. He should
Oh,
have a
okay.
lesser
Okay.
political
Okay.
space. Maybe to go and be a governor or a senator to earn his pause before he can
No.
campaign for. Yeah.
Let me tell you, when if anything wants to spoil in the world, it starts from the head. When the head is rotting, there's nothing anybody can do again. If you ask Showore to go and be a governor of a state, and they'll be giving him allocation from federal, the same people that will be giving him security, the security advice, security decision will be coming from the federal government. Oga, this thing will not give us anything. Our problem is leadership, and we have competent and someone with integrity that have the value, that have what it takes, the boldness to challenge the system. So why are we waiting for him to go and contest as a councillor before he can be president of this country? He's 51 years old. 51 years old. He's the age. To me, it's even old. It's even too old for him to come and rule Nigeria. As I'm talking to you, I believe we can have somebody like 40, 45, 46 that can come and rule Nigeria with a digital brain. But because of where we are, that's why people like us are still supporting Chowore and what Chowore stands for. If someone is 51 years old, and he has used 33 years out of his life to fight for a betterment of his country, when his colleagues are looking for where to make money, Chowore are looking for where to make Nigeria better. He understands the system. He knows everything. He knows where our resources is. He knows where we have the best brain. He knows where we have best guys that can rule Nigeria. He has everything in his possession that he can bring out to make sure that good people actually came out to rule Nigeria. So I don't know why we are still waiting for him to go and contest as a councillor. And these idiots will continue ruling us for how many years? These criminals calling themselves leaders will continue ruling us for how many years? Today, Baba Yabo is once bringing your Obi that we're all talking about, that you said he has the experience. How much experience do you think Obi will have when Baba Yabo is still going to be the one that will be giving him what to do when he get there? Which experience do you think people like what's the name of this man? This the man what's it called? What's the name of this man? This Obi's campaign manager. I don't know. I forgot.
Osuntokun.
No, no, not even Oshuto. Call this one. All this
Okukwe.
Okupe were the one that still bringing this Obi to the system. The people that we have already know have their history since 2017. That these people they have committed crime against Nigeria. They've stolen Nigerian money for that period, and today you can see what is happening now. This thing actually happened as at 2020, is it not 2015? No, 2014. No, 2013. When him and Showore were facing each other, and Showore is telling him that you are corrupt, and I know where you are, where we can lend you. But Nigeria government is not see them, and the same person is the one representing us at the federal what's it called, federal level. And today we are actually allowing our what's it called, our rotten our wicked one to be the one that will be representing us wherever we are. And we're always telling our best to go and represent us at local government. Okay, this will never possible. If me and you are not ready today to come to do the needful, to make sure we close our eyes and go for someone who is better to rule us, we continue like this. We'll continue suffering. And me and you, we may pay in that way than what we had today, because everybody is we are eating the breakfast already. Either you like it or not, we are all
Oh,
eating the breakfast already.
all right, brilliant, Folly. Thank you. So, brilliant, Folly. Thank you. I was going to go to Alexander Gomez next, but he's left us. But let's go to Gideon, and then to land on a man of, and then to land on a Joel of Nashville, and then after that we'll have a quick run through of a 1 minute summary, and then we call it a day. But Gideon, good to have you. Are you there, Gideon?
Done?
Unmute.
Lecture?
Gideon.
Is it done?
Gideon. Are you there, Gideon? All right, we don't appear to have Gideon just for the moment. Joel, you are up next. So, Joel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so take the floor then and speak to us about Peter Obi's performance, the pros and cons. Has it been enhanced by this, or has it maintained status quo? So, all of the conversations are your contribution.
Oh, okay. Thank you, one man. One man. To be frank with you, I have not seen that video. I just went through like some snippets. I'm going to. I was working, so I just came back from work. But I watched some snippet of it, and I love I would just say for now, but I'm going to talk about it later on. I love the confidence. I love the content. Some of the soundbite that I heard from him. It's not easy, I know that he had some kind of stage fright. I can see him in that area. I think Tinubu did much better, in terms of presentation. But you cannot take away the sincerity, the passion, and that human face that uh, uh, you would expect from a president of a nation like Nigeria. So I think it was a good outing for Mr. Peter Obi, Mr. One Man.
Sorry, I was talking. I didn't even know I'd muted myself. So as you said, we'll probably revisit this in the later session to have an even longer, deeper dive into it. But
Exactly.
hopefully between now and then, you would have had a moment to rewatch. So just rewatch
Yes.
this show to catch up with
Mhm.
just where the
Exactly.
positions are. But
Exactly.
thank you, Joel. I want to try Gideon again, because he came in from the start and his system has been dipping in and out. And I'm quite
Go
keen
ahead.
to just see if he's able to. So Gideon, are you there? Okay, we don't appear to have Gideon still. So we don't appear to have. Oh, we do have you. You're on mute and talk now. You might as well switch on your camera, since you are a more pleasant looking person than Joel. So you might as well switch on your camera. So let's hear from you. Uh, 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 so a pretty girl is always better, more pleasant than you. I'm sure you agree, Joel of Nashville. But so Gideon, good to have you on board. So to the Peter Obi event, your take. So speak to us about that. The conversation, your contribution.
I hope Peter Obi did well. The art is very good. Okay. Hello?
We can hear you. Carry on. On mute. Oh, sorry. I think I think she may well be. So are you there, Gideon? And I was going to ask why you are called Gideon as well, you being female, but we don't appear to. We've lost Gideon temporarily, but we'll start to sweep up with our closing remarks to land on Fatai. Just like about a 2 minute slot to speak to either what you've just seen or the political space, but a real short slot of 2 minutes, just as we start to peter off. But before we even do anything, the chief executive officer of the platform rejoice us. So let's hear from Alexander Gomez. So Alexander, so that has been the
Yes,
Peter Obi that was. So what did you
yes.
make of it?
He was wonderful today. Like I said, I was very impressed. I don't necessarily agree with Jewel, who I think is the most obedient of obedience, of him being jittery. Today he wasn't jittery. He was assured. He was presidential. I agree with Fatai that I could hardly hear him uh, when he was reading out the speech that was written for him. But I got the impression that I didn't get himself familiarized with the writing that he had to read out, and that was why he sounded like he was being gibberish. I
No,
noticed that. That was the first
and
thing I noticed. But I didn't want
Gomez.
to be too hard. I didn't want to be too hard on him because I thought he did a masterful. He had a masterful performance today. Um, I came in to address this disdain about people appearing in Chatham House. I don't understand. Let me give kudos to a very young man on this platform who never ceases to impress me with his intellect, rather. Don't let me speak Oyibo. I'm a professor, slaps me in the face with his intellect, and that is a Playtown. People should understand why people go to Chatham House. You could see the ex High Commissioner to Nigeria, who said he was trying to convince people to come to Nigeria and invest here. But people are a little bit skeptical about that because of the enabling environment, including security. The primary reason why people go to Chatham House is not because they want to go cower to their colonial masters. We need to come away from that. They do that because they're trying to present a face and trying to tell the international community, this is what I have to offer, and this is what you should expect. Bring your money, invest in our country, and so that you would gain and we would improve our livelihood. That is the essence of Chatham House. It's not because you're going over there to speak to the white man to seek his approval. That's a wrong narrative, and we need to come away from that, because if you think like that, you're not showing your level of education. So Playtown, thank you very much for educating a lot of us on the essence of this Chatham House conversation, and that was why I called in, one man. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Alexander. So thank you, Alexander. So from Alexander, we start to sweep up and we follow the order to land on Fatai. So not Plata, man of prestige. I was going to go to Gideon. Oh yeah, you are still there, Gideon. Stay there, Gideon. We'll hear from you in a moment. But a man of prestige, just parting words from you. Either what we've just seen or the political space. Just a 2 minute slot. Let's hear from you, man of prestige.
Oh, thank you, one man, man. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I always appreciate it when I come to this platform. Earlier when I was speaking, I didn't have the opportunity to expatiate because I was in a hurry to get into a meeting. But anyway, hopefully tonight we can be able to elaborate, elongate our speech, our narrative further. But having said that, my final summary is going to be, I beg to differ a little bit from a man which I respect, Alexander Gomez, about going over there. I find that to be part of enslavement. I mean, there's no reason why we have to go over there. We can do that in Nigeria. It does not add anything to Nigerian space. That's what I think. It's an enslavement to me. So that's what I have to say in that regard. Chatham House should be a gibberish, nonsense to me. Thank you, one man.
All right. Thank you, Prestige. So hopefully we'll see you later. So thank you, Prestige. So thank you, Prestige. Let's go on from Prestige. Let's go on to actually, should we come to you, Folly, or do you want us to leave you till later? Oh, okay, let's leave Folly till later because he's driving at the moment. Let's go from Man of Prestige to Joel of Nashville. So Joel of Nashville, as I said, we'll reconvene to have a deeper dive so into this space. But just a few minutes, parting words, a couple of minutes,
Okay.
either to the topic or to the politics.
Okay. Woman, thank you very much. I will go get some sleep then. By the time I get up, I should be fresh. To my Oga Alexander Gomez, I did not say that Peter Obi did poorly. I'm only saying that, I mean, you also understood what I was saying. The presentation wasn't really like crispy like I want it to be. So that was why I gave Tinubu an edge over Peter Obi. Like I said, he had a good outing. It was an excellent one. One man, I was just wanted to take you down to your boy.
You are gone a bit. You are gone a bit.
I wanted to talk to your boy, Festus Keyamo. Are you hearing me?
Yeah. Carry on, but just a couple of minutes. But carry on.
Yeah. I'll be done in a few. Your boy Festus Keyamo taking an article to court. It's a new one. I think if article is found wanting in that, I think he should be disqualified. That is a humongous financial corruption, that was perpetrated under that government. But I don't.
Sorry, brother. Does it have to do with the article gate? Is it news?
Yeah,
Is it breaking news?
Yeah. He came out. He did a couple of interviews this morning.
Okay.
On Arise and also on. In fact, he did an international press conference, and he was threatening that he was going to take them to court. I mean, because he has already written to the security outfits, and if they did not do anything, that he was going to take him to court. So, I mean, that is just FYI. All right, what am I?
All right, thank you, and I'm glad you said that. So we incorporate that into our talking point for tonight. So that sounds like a big topic to take on. So thank you, Joel. So that's Joel of Nashville, of course. We all know him. So thank you, Joel. So we go on from Joel and we go to Folly Bees. So Folly Bees, just parting words from you, a couple of minutes to just round off the conversation so that we can shut down and then reconvene for later on. So Folly B, up to you.
All right, Mr. Woman. Um, all right, one man. I think I will use this opportunity to tell Nigerians in diaspora, Nigeria at home, to make sure they see 2023 as a last. Um, I don't pray it's the last election for us, but they should see it as one of the best time they need to make use of, so that they can be able to have a country that everybody can actually come back to, or anybody can actually proud of. And going by the way we have been doing it before, by believing that the same people that destroy our past will be the one that will guarantee our future. We tell them is a wrong motive, and Nigeria should make sure they change the narrative, and let's for once select and elect a leader that can represent our aspiration and what we stand for, which I believe Yele Sowore is the right and the best candidate for Nigeria at this moment. And the earlier we all key into that, the better for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Woman.
All right, brilliant. So that's Folly Bees. I don't think there's anybody more sure on this planet apart from Momo Yele himself than Folly. He doesn't. It's nothing other than because he wants a better Nigeria, and he sees that in the plans of Moyele. So thank you, Folly. Hopefully we'll see you later. So say àgbàdo ló ń rà. Look at that. Ìjẹ́ kó jẹ àbí? Ó rà àgbàdo àbí? Look at this man. All right, thank you, Folly. So let's go on from Folly to Sally. So from Folly to Sally B, you're up next. Parting words, like 2 minutes. Sally B, are you still there? Silky Tones or Sally B's? You have to unmute now. You are not new to this game. Unmute. Okay.
Sorry, I was trying to readdress my mic. Oh yeah,
I
my
thought they
headphones.
said women could multitask. Are you letting the gender down? What's going on? You
I've been
can't multitask.
multitasking. I've been working. I'm cooking. I'm doing everything.
All right, brilliant. So just a couple of minutes to sum up your thoughts, and then we reconvene for later on.
Oh
So
yeah. So
about 2 minutes or so.
sorry, I was listening from the TV. Yeah. So yeah. Well, I think there's progress on the side of the Labour Party and the candidate, obviously Peter Obi. I think he's faring very well. He's really sailing well. Responding to this invitation, I think, was very important. Like Mr. Gomez said earlier on, that it's so important because as international, it's not. Chatham House is not even a government organization. It's an NGO. So that institute has always been Institute for I think is International Affairs. It's always been. I've actually seen Atiku at the time when he came as ACN to contest as president when Obasanjo didn't allow him to get in. He was actually here, and we all met him. I've told you that story before. So it's a good place for Nigerians to actually come. I mean, not just Nigerians, Africans, because we have a very shaky continent that really needs to be attended to. And from these little strides, even coming back to the colonial masters, if you like to call them so, I won't for now. Because at the end of the day, London is a center, is an international center. Is an international center. So whatever is said here, with all the members of the press and other communities, business and so on that will come, they are coming for information. So it's important. The world is getting global. So Nigeria is not just Nigeria. Africa is just not Africa. And let's look at Africa anyway. How easy is it to kind of move within Africa to do things? How much is Africa doing things together? It's just the beginning. So we still have a long way to go to begin to address African issues, but on top of it, we still have to remain global and submit ourselves to international affairs that is going to bring some providence to our country. So I don't see. I will still, impress on that there's nothing wrong with coming to places like Chatham House or any other international institutions where you have to speak about how Nigeria is faring and how Nigeria is going to fare with international communities, business, and all of it all put together. It's all part of the substance of being a leader and being the president of a great country like Nigeria. There's no way we can live in isolation, So yeah, I really agree with the fact that Chatham House is worth coming to. So on the other hand, I will just say to Nigerians in diaspora, because I'm hearing a noise. I don't know if it's from me. Okay, so I would just say appeal to Nigerians in diaspora that at least they've heard him, they've seen him. I didn't even know. I thought it was going to be on Wednesday, so I was looking to get some connections to see who and who is going, and I was going to make it there, to Chatham House. It's not far from me. I would have made it there to St. James's myself, to actually hear from him, and all that. But thankfully, it was a good it was a good outing. I wouldn't call it a show. International, this is it's like a lecture place. It's not a show house. So I want that guy to get it right, that, it's not about a show. It's about coming to deliver objectives. There's nothing about show. What you need to pull off is what you're going to do to make the situation better for the economy of Nigeria, the security, and so on and so forth. That is what Chatham House is about, and not about maybe a show and all that kind of thing. But I think Peter B's presentation was great. He was tidy. He did, what he could do, and he's been consistent about how he's going to go about it, how he's going to start. The prism is going to be, premised upon the people, the poorest people in the society, who are suffering the whole brunt of the decadence that's going on in Nigeria. So he's looking at, growing them out of poverty and to balance the economy. And why not? We should be able to do that, So
All right.
everything is all fine. And the diasporans, well, I'll say, let's start looking for our tickets, maybe group together. So we're going that, for those of you who have your PVC, let's see if we can charter a flight so we can all enter Nigeria somewhere in February and go vote for the man. So yeah, I'm really happy about how things are going, and people should not disparage Peter Obi. If Shaware does not get it right, he doesn't get it right. The thing is, the way he's going about it, even somebody like me who agreed with him at first, later it was just difficult to actually kind of key in with him, and he knows that he doesn't have a chance right now. I would have thought that if he had anything to offer, he should just try and get himself, aligned to someone like Peter Obi, and then he can even be the EFCC guy. That's the area where he's good at. So put him there. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be. It's only one person in the whole 200 million Nigeria that's going to be a president. So if you've got something to offer,
Oh, oh,
offer
oh.
it and hang about, and maybe it will come to your turn if you've got the chance.
All
That's it.
right, brilliant. Thank you, Sally. So join us later. So that's Sally Bees, of course, the silky tones of Sally Bees. Sally Bees.
I hope they're still silky. Oh.
No, they are
I hope my
always
tone is
silky
still
now.
silky.
No, of course now. You should put it to music. Your voice is so silky. So that's the silky tones
I
of
think my
Sally Bees.
smile is better actually. I believe in my smile. It gets to places.
All right, you are an overall fine girl. How about that? Is that what you wanted? That's what you want. That's what you got.
I believe me, yo. Thank you.
Thank you, Celis.
See
So
you guys.
so parting words. Then we go on then to Collins if he's still with us. So Collins, are you still there? Parting words.
Yes, I am. I've been listening to all the brilliant minds. Yeah, he did well. He did what he needed to do, and I wish him luck. I hope I hope like celebrate that I'm able to go vote for him, but unfortunately I don't have the PVC myself. So he did well. Tinubu is also doing well. They're all doing well. One thing I noticed though, aside from him looking good, is that he looked like he's aged a little more since he started this campaign. I don't know if it was just my eyes, but I think the rigor of this whole thing is taking it's taking a toll on them. And another thing, also being on that stage with our outfit, that senator or something they call it, that's also a very good marketing strategy, just like Tinubu did as well. So there's a lot of benefit to be gained from all of this. Really, everything is yeah. Like I said before, I understand our skepticism when it comes to all this international space, but Nigeria is not an island. We have the resources or the clout to do anything on our own. So we have to key into what is already available. So all was good. Yeah, I stop here.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Collins. So thank you, Collins. So from Collins, let's go on to Gideon to see if she's ready to go now. So Gideon, you're up next.
Please, good evening. Hello.
Yeah, good evening. We can hear you. We've
So
been
I'm just
waiting to.
coming for farm now. That is why, eh?
No, it's
Sorry.
fine. It's fine. We everybody, you have a life in between, of course. So let's hear from you. We've been waiting to hear from you.
All I just want to say is that Obi did well today. Only one place I have problem is that the criticism of Tinubu. If it's Tinubu today now, everywhere we catch fire. Okay. The same Tinubu go to Chatham House.
Why would he catch
Today now
fire?
they go
Why?
to Chatham House. Tinubu go to read script. Obi read script. It's the same thing. Eh?
Carry on, Gideon. Have we lost you again?
Please, my baby is disturbing me, please.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We understand. Okay. Okay. Let's go on from Gideon to World Peace. See if he's still there. World Peace, you're up next. World Peace, are
Yeah,
you there?
one man. I've been here. I did not go anywhere. I've been
I
here.
called
What?
you. I called you,
I
and you
know.
never. Yeah, I called you.
I know you called me. I know,
Yeah.
but because Fatai, I was disappointed in Fatai. No, so I was so disappointed, man. It was so pedestrian for me, and that's why I put it on silent. I was hearing everybody, but I didn't want to comment because I said at the beginning. If you notice my last statement, like I said everything. I've taken the word from my mouth, so I don't have anything to say anymore in this comments in this section thing. Maybe closing remark. But the more Fatai was trying to emphasize and embellish his point, he was just making it look so pedestrian and come to challenge his qualification as a lawyer. I'm telling you, Fatai, I'm not using a different word on my words, man. You fuck up, man. Seriously, it's not every time you pick hole on anything. What what
Settle
as
down
Fata
now,
said?
War Peace.
No,
That's
no,
it.
no, no.
No. Hold on. That's his opinion. Let's hear yours.
Brother, I
Let's
don't
hear
care
yours.
about your opinion. I
No.
say
You say
my
you
mind.
are
I
not.
I
You
don't,
are,
know your
I
opinion.
don't
It's
care
not
what you
quarrel.
say.
It's
That's the
not
fight,
quarrel. It's
please.
not quarrel. It's not
It
quarrel.
is quarrel.
I
That's
heard
It
your
is.
opinion.
It is quarrel.
I
Don't.
know.
No, you're not gonna guide me. You're not
all
gonna
right.
tell me what
Yeah,
I speak
listen,
or I
I'm
don't
not
speak.
guiding you.
Nobody can do that.
I'm
Nobody
not
do that
guiding
to me.
you. Calm down. I'm not guiding you.
I don't
All
like
right.
it. I say
Settle
my
down,
mind.
guys. Settle down now.
Gentlemen, please. World Peace. Let's hear your opinion about the Peter
I
Obi
don't have
event.
I don't have one man, I don't have opinion. Let's say the fact, man. I don't have opinion. It's not every time you pick hole on anything. What we did
Brother, say
today last
your
week.
mind. Don't tell me what I will do every time.
No, goodness
Don't
me.
lecture me. You're not gonna lecture. I don't take it from
My
nobody. I
friend,
don't care who you
hold
are.
on now. Hold on now.
All right. I'm going to step you both down for a moment. So I'll bring you back on, both of you. But War Peace, every opinion is protected here, as you know. You know that more than anyone. All I'm inviting is either you critique something he has to say on its merit, or give us your opinion. So let's have that. But let's not have a fight as we're about to round off. So the gentleman back on. So to you now, War Peace, just your thoughts on Peter Obi.
Yeah, thank you, Wama. What I was about to say was not able to criticize anybody. I was just want to say my word, and the fellow man was jumping on my tongue again. What I was saying is not every time you pick on anybody, pick on somebody, and Kolata use the word or words I was supposed to use. What B did today was not 100% or was not that perfect. We know Peter B, just like we know Tinubu will gaff in certain uh, uh, section, and we know Peter B pattern, or we are used to certain things we're going to do, and he did that in Chatham House, which is okay. And Kulata said it. I'm still using every time I reference I'm bringing to Kulata because he said everything I was supposed to say, and he said that. Uh, would that give him new vote? No. Will that take a vote from him? No. What Tinubu do in Chatham House, will that take a vote from him? No. Will that give him new vote? Probably no too. So why are we now start picking that he could not read teleprompter well? Man, come on, man. I'm not for Peter
Are
Obi, I'm
you
not
still
for
referring to
Tinubu.
me?
I'm not
Are
talking
you
to you,
still
my friend.
referring to me?
My friend,
Okay.
calm down. I'll be so civil and nice. Don't just jump on my tongue, please. We won't like my other side. Please, calm down.
I
Probably you
won't
don't know
like
me.
what? I won't like
You
what?
won't like my other side. You won't like my other side. Please relax. Respect
I
yourself.
won't like your other side. I don't
All
care
right.
about the other side.
Why you
Okay.
jumping?
No,
I don't care about the other
no,
side.
no. We are not doing that. So sorry. Thank you both. Thank you both. Let's get back to Gideon. See if she's ready to go now. So Gideon, back to you. Gideon.
Hello.
Yes, we've been wanting to hear from you. So let's hear from you, and then we move on. So to you, Gideon.
I'm just coming for campaign now. I'm tired. I just
Oh,
want to listen.
oh, oh,
I'm
oh,
so
oh.
tired.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Gideon. So thank you, Gideon. So I'll bring you back on World Peace, but please just go to your summation on Peter Obi, and then we move on. So back to you, World Peace.
Mama, sorry, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. Please kindly tell your friend, I don't want to call his name, not to jump on my town when I'm talking. I didn't reference any
Oh
team to
no,
him.
no.
I didn't call
Oh,
his
okay.
name.
Okay.
Please,
No, that's
please.
fine. So let's hear.
Yeah,
Let's hear about Peter
yeah.
Obi.
So,
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
so whatever he did in that Chatham house, I started from the beginning and to the end. I didn't take anything so special or so marvelous. He did well. Unfortunately, Tinubu have set the bar so low. If Tinubu have not gone to Chatham house, I don't think anybody will be rushing to Chatham house because he went as at like I said, as to Kulata. Because Tinubu went there, that's why we're not saying, oh, if Tabi have not gone there too, we would have know the difference. And again, don't forget Shetima is going there. Probably Shetima will do more better by tomorrow next. You know, so this is what this trend we are saying right now. But would this one bring a difference? Nothing. I did not see anything special about it in that short time. As truly me, I did not see anything different. If this guy have got more than the way I expected, then I would have seen. You know me, I'll be the first to start saying, I'll come back to him. And again, any of them that is going to Chatham, are they gonna? Are they gonna do what they're promising they're going to do? No, because none of them are going to do up to like 20% of what they're promising. Which you all know this. This is just politics, and they're trying to politic to their people and to get whatever support they want to get. Overall, performance to be today is good and it's okay. That's how I see it, my man. And it's not everything we fight about. It's a simple thing, and let's rest about it and go to sleep. Tomorrow morning we talk about it more, the more. That's how I see it, one man. Sorry for the whatever I caused. Sorry, I'm losing my cool, but I'm very sorry about the way I came at you. But that's just me. Not every time we poke on somebody. Sorry, one man. You can go to the next person. Bye.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So it's not no apologies. It's the passion of the moment. But thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's go. Let's get back now to Playtown, who we lost momentarily but rejoins us. So pick it up from where you were. Playtown.
All right, thank you very much, man. First of all, let me correct World Peace. Shetima is not going to Chatham House. It's
I
just
think I think he meant Kwakwanso. I think he meant Kwakwanso.
Kwankwaso, and the INEC chairman. All right. One man, as I was saying before, to the crux of it, I think the things I picked up from that is first of all the stage presence. I think the stage presence was. I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, he's always have stage presence, but I think there was something special. I don't know because maybe because of the environment. I don't know, but it looked. Um, the interaction with the audience, the confidence in his body, like he owned that place as if he was the one that organized that town hall. It didn't look like a guest. It looked like this is my place, you know. And then it's like the president addressing, press or newsmen and all that. So yeah, the confidence was good. And second thing I picked from there was he portrayed himself as a president that would be in control, you know. Uh, Another thing I picked there was the passion. You could read the passion in what he was doing. And also, the fourth thing I picked from there is strength of character. You know, he showed a great strength of character, uh, more than he has always done in the past, I must say, because he was more vocal about a lot of things. I think he enacted some touch of chivalrous spirit. You know, he lessened diplomacy. He was more frontal on corruption. He didn't hold it back like he will always do. Like when he was asked the question about what he would do about the big boys selling generator, and I thought he was going to I thought he was going to skip that because we all know who the big boys selling generator is, Atiku and company. But I thought he was going to skip that, which is his usual tactics. But he had to even respond. You asked about big boys selling generator, and he was clear about that. What he would do with power sector, and when he said he would declare war on power sector. I think that was very categorical, and he even added that, and he now said he's going to deal with those big boys. That's the structure he wants to take away, and he said, that he's going to fix power, and anybody that attempts to stand on his way, we will hear from him. I think that was really very categorical of a presidential candidate, saying he will fix something we know is a perennial issue with Nigeria over the last 60 years. Saying a candidate without fear, saying in the international community that, look, I'm going to declare war on this sector, and anybody that stands on my way, I'll pull him down. I think that inspired a lot of confidence. And there's another thing that really wowed me, and I've seen traces of this before, but I've not seen it displayed this much. His confidence on his VP. I think that's really good for teamwork. When if I was Dati Baba Med, my loyalty for Obi will double. I mean, where he said he was speaking so nicely about his vice presidential candidate. He even talked about how he was the only person in the House of Assembly that when they were allocating, properties and what have you, that he refused. He said he was not going to buy any property through government, whatever. And then he even added that if anybody can find anything on Dati, anywhere he was part of any corrupt whatever, that he himself will resign, that he himself will step down. I mean, for your boss to make that kind of statement about you, that if anybody find anything corrupt on you, he himself will step down his ambition. I think if I'm loyal to such boss by 20%, I'll get it to 80%. I can probably collect bullets for that guy, for that such boss that will make such comment about me. And I think that was really, those are the little things that really mattered when he, and also his continuous use of the word we, Dati Baba Ahmed and I, Dati Baba Ahmed and we. I think that was really good. And I also like the little touch of humor, when he made comments like, big boy selling generator, stingy and all that. Yeah, the touch of it was also good. I had a little bit of an Obama time in that space. And I also think he presented himself as a fit individual, especially when he was asked to sit down and answer the question. He said, "No, don't worry, I'm going to stand." So I think what he did in that space is to project himself. I mean, he has always been doing it as the guy that is fit, in an election where people are worried about people's fitness and all that. I mean, he's trying to distinguish himself. See, I can stand even if this section will last for 10 hours. I'll stand and take questions. I think that was also a good projection of his age, his vibrancy, his energy, and all that. And
Uptown.
also, to round off, I think also what I took away as well was his policy positioning. I think this.
Uptown, Playtown rather. Take an interjection from
Oh,
Enigmatic.
there's an interjection. Okay,
Yeah,
okay, sure,
Enigmatic.
sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very quick one. Did you
Yeah, sure.
see
Enigmatic.
any amount to basically highlight on I mean, ask you about salient
Mm. About what?
analytic points now? Did you see him uh, provide any analytical explanation or his responses to most of the questions? What would you say about that?
Are you talking about how he responded to the questions?
Right.
Oh yeah. So for me, for you to judge how he responded to the question, we have to ask the question: what do you want to hear from the president? From
Okay,
me,
for
I want
instance,
to.
let me give you an instance. They
Yeah,
said
yeah.
he was asked about the question to explain how he would tackle the health crisis in the health sector, right?
Yes.
He of course the normal usual dancing around, and then he mentioned uh uh Indonesia and India.
Mm,
He didn't
mm,
specifically go straight to the point to the question, and then in
yeah.
several other occasions like that, he actually replicated the same uh you know uh the same pattern of responses.
Yeah.
So of course, if you are speaking to other areas, I just want you to be
I should
measured.
speak to that too.
Yeah, I just know I want you to be measured in that, because that could
Yeah.
be a point that people can actually say, okay, this is not a very fair objectivity, or you are not being objective in that aspect. That's what I'm
Mm.
calling you for.
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that point. And now, if I said I didn't take note of that, I'll be lying, because I listened very cleanly with my headset, and I think there was a holo on that health space. even as at that point, I was like, well, we know it's I mean it's a town hall and all that, but then he didn't really do justice to this health. I mean, it's not like this is the first time I'm hearing him talk about health, but then we are now judging this particular Chatham House. So I think I mean he didn't go he didn't even analyze anything about the health literally. He just is the for on that health space basically it was the he just inspired the confidence of fixing it and all that. And I mean, I should have expected him to probably go into detail, talk about primary health care. I mean, he has said these things before, how he did this in Anambra and all that. Maybe he should have talked about it. Go into primary health care, talk about maybe funding and financing, the same way he did with education. If he's going, if we're doing PPP or whatever it is, yes, yes, sure. So there are grounds for what he should have answered deeply in that place. Yeah. So yeah, your observation on that space too, I think it tallies with my observation as well. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's not just the health. I think I can probably point up to 2 or 3 other places where I feel he should have dug a little bit deeper. I mean, he should have also added as well to the general. I mean, because now you're talking to maybe some people might be there that have not watched you before speak on certain things. You know what I'm saying? So maybe now they will be left like, okay, so what is really the health policy and all that? So yeah, um, I agree with you, enigmatic on that space. So one man, as I wanted to say before, I think another thing that I that struck me is because I'm just pointing out the things I like. I also I must point out things I probably am not yet comfortable with that probably happened. Maybe 1 or 2 of them. But I like the fact that he was very strong on his policy positioning this time around. The fact that he said he subsidy will go on day one. I think that is a strong policy position. For a while, he danced around it. If I mean, we all have been following Peter Obi. He started off by saying, "Yes, we will gradually," But I think we have finally landed on subsidies going on day one. So we are probably expecting Peter Obi to remove subsidy after his inauguration, and probably on that stage he takes it off. For him to say that it will go on day one. I think another strong policy positioning I was stating categorically that he's going to conclude the Siemens deal. I think the last time we gathered to talk about a platform here, one man you expressed concerns about him addressing that. Are they going to continue? Are they going to take it off and all that? So this time he's finally say, see, we are going to complete the deal, and this is what we expect to get from it as at end of 2023, end of 2024, and end of 2025. He was categorical on that space. So I think that is also strong positioning. I think another strong positioning I heard was the fact where he said Biafra ended 52 years ago. When he was asked about IPOP, he stated Biafra ended 52 years ago. I think that's also a very strong position on that space. So, end of discussion. Nobody should talk about Biafra going forward. It ended 52 years ago, as far as I'm concerned. So, I think that was really as strong as well. The same thing with the negotiations, with the agitations and all that. I think it was a brilliant response he gave to the guy that asked him about IPOP. Diplomatic as always. That is what that space needs. If you don't want to stay unnecessary controversies and all that, just address it as agitation. I think he did it. And again, I think another notable thing to take away from the outing was that the sales of hope, the fact that the entire outing is almost like it sells hope. Because at a point, what I try to do, knowing what Chatham House is meant for, I try to put myself in a position that, let me say, maybe I'm a Kenyan, I'm a Zimbabwean, probably I'm from London, maybe I'm a US citizen interested in Nigeria, but then I've heard only terrible things about Nigeria, and there's no hope inside, the corruption and all that. I mean, I try to put myself in a position of an international community person that I probably have been hearing Peter Obi online, but I want to know why are people talking about him. So what I got when I put myself in that shoe was I just saw this guy that popped up and say, "Hey, I heard you've been hearing about me online. This is why I'm probably the most talked about candidate in Nigeria social media." So he answered that question for the international community Yes, you've been hearing P2B, right? Here is why. So, and I think it's very convincing. If I was an international observer, I would be like, probably, oh, okay, nice. So that's why, I guess that's why he's popular. I think that's what my reaction would be.
Okay, brilliant. And in
Yeah.
terms of how the event impacts on Peter Obi's political fortune, how does it
Yeah.
impact?
Yeah. On how it impact on the political fortune. First of all, uh, it boils down to what is the impact of a Chatham House outing. Chatham House outing has only two impacts. One, to appeal to international communities, investors, media, international media, think tanks, and partners or potential partners. That is one. Secondly, to energize your local base, you know. So, in that first space, did they achieve it? Yes. If I am an international investor, things Peter B was saying in that platform is things I probably want to hear. I want to hear that corruption I've been hearing about in Nigeria, that there is this guy that is saying that he will dismantle it with his full chest. This is kind of things I want to hear. I want to hear somebody that understands the environment you need to create for investments to come in. I want to hear somebody that understands that for the country to strive, the brain drain has to be brought back, and for them to be brought back, he mentioned usually people talk about security and economy and all that, but he mentioned some things that are very critical, which is rule of law. People look down on it so much. International community is so concerned about things as little as human rights, rule of law, and corruption and all that. Those are very sensitive parts that international guys are looking at, and I think he hit it in the head. He said, if you govern with rule of law, it brings civility back to the space, then security and all of that. That investors are going to come back. So I think if I'm an international investor, I think I'll be convinced I'll be excited about a potential Peter Obi presidency. So he meets the number one the advantage of it. Number two is to energize your base. Obviously he met that, because there's two things you can do in that space. It's either you throw your base into a defense mode, which is what I feel Tinubu did. He after Tinubu's Chatham House, all Tinubu's base, what they were doing online was defending. I don't think that's what you want to do to your base. I think you want to put your base in a bragging rights position where they will just be bragging. Like if you go online on Twitter now, obedience are quoting lines like, "I will declare war on power, P2B 2023. I will I will fix power, and anybody that stands on the way, I will take him out." Those kind of populism, quotations. Those are bragging rights, and it will also give this your energy, like because a base propels the campaign, especially on P2B's matter, which is novel. His base is one of the propellers of his campaign. So if you can be able to be fueling that base, your campaign will keep going faster. But if that base starts growing completely, there's nothing really to fuel them, that means it's going to affect your campaign indirectly. So did he meet the two gains of Chatham House? Did he meet it? I think he met it, and yeah, he definitely met that two goals of a Chatham House outing. And
And, and
yeah,
in terms of comparing and contrasting, obviously that's going to take place. So you might as well get into that space as well. We've
yeah.
seen Tinubu, now we see Peter Obi. So you draw a comparison between the two. Play it out.
Drawing comparison between Tinubu's outing and Peter Obi's outing, it's first of all, let me make it clear that fact that Tinubu read from a teleprompter is not wrong, contrary to popular opinion. Secondly, the fact that Tinubu delegated questions to his team is not wrong, contrary to popular opinions. Now, this is what is wrong, or maybe this is the problem I have with the Tinubu outing. The problem I have is not the fact that he delegated questions. The problem I have is that it is the that act as a political decision. It's not a good political decision. So the reason, and that's what made that outing controversial and took away from originally the things that should be the substance, the juice of that outing. Now it became overshadowed by that controversial move, and I think it's a bad political move. And the reason why it's a bad political move is that one man in a political campaign whereby you as a candidate, you are having a problem with both people that are not in your base and then the undecided voters asking questions that border on why are you avoiding the media? Is it that you can't answer questions and all that? So if those kind of questions are lingering around your campaign, the last thing you want to do is to fuel it by going to Chatham House and delegating questions. So now people are not understanding is the problem is not the delegating of questions. The problem is the fact that you delegated questions when there are questions on your campaign environment in Nigeria about your ability to answer questions. Yes, I'm saying. So if I am an undecided voter and then I'm hearing people talking about Tinubu does not know how to answer. I know Tinubu can answer questions. I've followed Tinubu's colloquium in the last 5 years. I've listened to him speak. He can answer all these questions. So, but then I'm now speaking about an ignorant Nigeria, like an undecided voter that he or she is hearing the words on the street, like Tinubu is avoiding media because he does not know the answers to the questions and all that. And I'm undecided voter, and then I make a Chatham House appearance. I'm like, oh wow, finally he's gonna be thrown question out and he's gonna answer, and then he begins to delegate questions that will cast even more doubt to me, the undecided guy. That can even sway me to the next guy in my list. You know what I'm saying? Because that might be like, oh, really? So that means this thing people are saying maybe it's true. You know what I'm saying? So, which is what I feel they know they make that bad political decision, and that they try to fix it with a BBC interview after that went in hours immediately after that. But then that's like putting the cart before the horse. If only they dropped that BBC interview a day before that Chatham House, and then we already clear our doubt that, oh, okay, he's answering questions, and then he comes to Chatham House and now delegates the questions. Nobody's going to have problem, because if you raise problem that he couldn't answer question on economy or monetary policy, somebody will tell you, no, that's not true. Didn't you, on the BBC interview, you answered it, so that's not true. He knows it. He just wanted to delegate. So people are going to easily come to his defense. So I think that was a wrong political calculation, and it took away hugely from that whole outing, because even the people he delegated the questions to, they gave normal answers. Rufai talking about state policing, or that equipping the military. That's all what every other candidate is doing. So I think on that premise of that bad political decision, it's clear that this Obi's outing, it does not have any blemish, almost no blemish. You know, I
A
found
faultless
I
performance.
had one man I had
That's the first in the world, though, a faultless performance. But
no
there
no
it
no it's
is.
not no
Faultless
it's not
performance by Peter B.
no, it's not a faultless performance, and my reason for saying that is um I don't think I am a huge fan of Obi reading prepared speeches. So I thought that space. Well, I understand that he needed to read out the policies and all that, needed it to be scripted and all that. But I mean, it's not his area of. It's not a huge area of strength. It is the first time we're seeing him doing that, and if he did marvelously well on it, I will commend him. But if I'm scoring out of 10 on that, I'll give him maybe something like a 5 out of 10. An honest score on that space. Probably if he wants to really start reading speeches, maybe do it more often, and yeah, it's going to be. Maybe we are here. Maybe we are seeing it for the first time. Maybe that's why it's weird to me. But me personally, I felt it was weird to me. Reading prepared speeches. So that was just for me the low point of the outing.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So thank you. And by the way, Playtown, we're waiting for your spreadsheet. And there's a guy called Ike that is willing to jump on board to partner with you if you want him to. But
Oh, nice.
we're willing we're waiting for your spreadsheet for your political for your permutations to either concur or counterweight what Kolata presented. So thank you.
Yeah, one man. Before I go, I want to thank Mr. Alexander. I'm very grateful and flattered by his recognition. He's one of the um most for me on my in my calculation, one of the most distinguished brains and voices that we are privileged to have in this platform. And I feel quite want to say that I feel quite honored, and I'm grateful. Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Yes, of course. We all acknowledge that you have your moments, but don't get big-headed because you do. We still, you're a diamond in the rough. So, but we'll polish you off. So, a diamond in the rough. But no, we all delight when we hear from you. You know that. So, the delightful Playtown. So, always a thrill to hear from him. So, we were thrilled by Playtown. Now, let's be mesmerized by Enigmatic. So, Enigmatic. Hopefully, you saw Peter Obi's performance. A different conclusion, perhaps. What did you make of it, Enigmatic Hondi?
Yeah, thank you, one man, and I appreciate everyone on the platform too. I will not be taking too long, just maybe one or two things. First, I'll be asking instructive and very pointed question to all obedience and all OB supporters on the platform and in the comment section. They can come back in the evening. I'll make every effort to come back in the evening so we can trash that out. I want them to tell me two things that are working positively for Peter Obi. I know the answers already, and I will flesh out the answers maybe in 5 minutes. Two things that they believe is that are actually working for him. Number two, on the substance of it, I think Lukulata did not really say much because we already know much about that. And I bet when you actually tabulate all the uh, maybe in a more emphatic manner to see his performance, my major concern is and I asked our uptown the other time, the responses, because when you look at the responses, they were neither categorical or no specific. There are no specificity, categorical, no instructive, and then nothing you can really hold on to the answers. It's either obfuscation or I would, like he said, he was going to declare war on or whatever he said. How do you want to do that? And this has been the pattern over the years. But of course, we understand the optics of this. The optics of this is what basically Uptown emphasized more on the optics to the obedience to his base, rallying up the base, and then keeping the base where they are. It's the performance, the physical appearance, what it defines, and how it defines Obi as a personality of that, and then the personality of the obedience. And to do, I'm on Twitter. I've seen a lot of stuff. Like you said, of course, it's going to energize the base, but how long? Right? Is it converting any non-converters yet? Is he moving any inch? Or because probably I'm thinking too loud about him because I want to place. Sometimes I have this bias of placing him side by side with my own candidate, Omoyele Sowore, because I could imagine when Omoyele Sowore is standing right there and is shunning out ideas. People may not like how he speaks because he's gonna speak the raw truth no matter what. He's not gonna be politically correct or trying not to be cheeky with ideas. He will go straight to the point and flesh out his thoughts. Right. So this is what I'm trying to ask. When they come back in the evening, what are those two things that they believe is working for him? Why? What has been the difference from where he was in PDP and now he's in Labour Party? And then when we are talking about where you are coming from and where you are going to, where he is coming from, what are the antecedents? What can he point to? Because we'll flesh out everything in the evening. Today is Monday, 16th of January. I'm changing my. I told you, one man, when he gets to certain phases, I will evolve with the as the election progresses. So this is one of the evolution now. So I'm going to be asking basic questions to the basis now. So where he's coming from, I'll ask some certain questions. What are those two things that you believe is working for him since he left PDP? If he was in PDP, what would have been the approach? And those are the kind of questions I'll be asking obedient. If they are coming in the evening, I'm not going to have any issues with anybody. You want to answer it, good. You don't want to answer it, good. You want to be rude, it's okay. I'm just going to answer the questions. But going forward, I believe my thought about Chatham House, one man, they're all politicians. Anything that will sell vote for them, anything that will keep their base, anything that will be marketable politically, they will do it. Right? When we are talking of paradigm shift, if we are parroting a certain candidate or a certain group of folks as parroting a certain candidate to be somebody who is probably taking the country back from wherever they kept it, or a paradigm shift in their own definition of their own paradigm shift, I wouldn't see why you should be joining the old guard to do what they're doing or what they'll be doing. So apart from Peter Obi now and Ashwaju, who are making their maybe maiden appearance at the Chatham House. I think Shekarao, if I'm not wrong, has been there previously, same as Atiku. So probably Atiku will be making his another appearance, and then Shekarao. But the symbolism of Chatham House at this time of Nigeria's political phase, Nigeria, we are no more at the juvenile stage. We are no more at the that young stages of our democracy now, the nascent stages of our democracy. We should be looking beyond this, foreign symbolism of campaigning to foreign investors. There are other ways we can do it. We have Nigerians abroad. We have professionals abroad. There are so many diaspora organizations. There is a NIDO, Nigeria in Diaspora Organization. We have an office. We have an agency that takes up that. So as time as we develop in our politics, we should be able to change certain things. I'm not completely, in line with the idea of Chatham House, and I'm saying this particularly because when other candidates were there, they were actually up in arms against the idea of Chatham House. But now we are seeing almost 100%, you know, you know, uh, showering encomium about this Chatham House. So what I'm basically saying in another part is when a strategy that you probably will do, or you will your candidate will probably possibly be adopting, do not rubbish it before it gets your candidate. And then when it gets your candidate, you want to shift the ground, and you want to find a way for excuses and stuff like that. Do not do it. They are all, and we always tell all of them, these guys are all politicians. They will do anything. They will say all the lies if they need to. None of them says the truth anyway. They are politicians, apart from the ones that we know. Omoyede Sowore, Adewale Adebayo, and then maybe Kashiku, and those fringe politicians. And those fringe guys, I won't call them politicians. The natural core politicians, the four of them, they will do anything to cajole, to confuse, to do anything to speak to their audience, to their base, and then so be very careful how you rubbish Kwakwanso before your candidate gets to the same podium. Because when your candidate gets to the podium, then you have to shift the goalpost at this time. So they're all politicians, but just be guided. And then, like I said, I'll be asking some questions when we come back in the evening. I pray to God I'll be able to make it, but I'll try as much as possible to make it, because it's an evolution of a new dimension now that I'll be introducing to my own kind of approach of asking, projecting my ideas going forward. So that's what I have to say about this one, man.
All right, all right, brilliant. As ever, a man of candor. So no equivocation, no sentimentality. Enigmatic Hondi, just as it is, he gives it to you. So that's Enigmatic Hondi. You know him, of course, and equally Thomas from Australia. So, Thomas, hopefully you saw the Peter B space. So we've had a long and detailed conversation around it, but the conversation never
Omar,
completes.
just a second, please. Let me
Yeah.
address this real quick. I read that I didn't say this when Tinubu made his own comment. I want
Yeah,
people to
that's
go back.
Akashi. Yeah.
Yeah, I want people to go back and listen to what I heard, because the argument, the debate, the narrative was different, right? We were speaking to the strategy that he was adopting. Is Peter Obi doing the same strategy that will land him in Aso Rock? We rally, like I just said, we energize his base. It's a strategy that is, if he believe, which is a very good strategy for him. If it wasn't a good strategy, he wouldn't be at Chatham House. My candidate will not be at Chatham House. Omoyede Sowore will not be there. I believe even if they extend an invitation to him, I can probably say maybe 50-50, you're probably going to be rejecting that, right? So it's all strategy, it's all political strategy. We spoke about strategy when Ashiwaju was there. People actually came out to even condemn the idea, right? That idea of even Chatham House itself, it was condemned. So you people should hold on to that. then the strategy, and I'm not condemning Peter Obi now. So whoever wants to be crying about that can take a bucket and cry into that. I'm not condemning him, but I'm condemning the fact that even the Chatham House itself, that people actually rubbished, right, at the time. Now they are shifting goalposts. What is the symbolism of it, right? It's for you to rile up your base and energize them. As they achieved that today, I can say 100% he has achieved that, right? A lot of obedience, they will probably have an early Christmas already for this, and they're already having it. But we shouldn't come over here almost every time to just listen to a certain voice. When you hear any massive voice, you just want to make some silly, bored comments. You don't have to do that every time. I will make my opinions regardless, and I will direct my own affairs of commentary, in a punditry in a different way. Uptown was here for almost half an hour, right? Speaking to his base, his obedient, right? People who would not like, as much as brilliant as he was, people who would not appreciate that wouldn't appreciate it, right? One man. So that is just life. All I'm speaking to, I've not made any negative comment about this guy, but I was speaking to the content of it, to the objectivity of it, and to the fact that as a politician and as political followers, as political supporters, what your candidate will possibly do tomorrow. If a candidate is doing it today, keep quiet first until your candidate does that. If your candidate does that, so you wouldn't have to put yourself in a corner in a defensive mode, trying to defend the action of a candidate you just condemned maybe yesterday. That's what I was talking to, because people condemn even the idea of Chatham Mouse. He has a strategy. He spoke whatever he wants to say. The substance, well, it is questionable. The appearance, does the appearance say something to obedience, to his base? Is it going to change anybody's mind? Is it going to gain any vote? Is it going to lose any vote? That is not the question now, because no matter what he does, it's not going to lose any a member of that base, right? It's not going to lose any of those members. Atiku is not going to lose any of those, regardless of what Kayamo is doing, going to court. Let him go to the Hague. It's not going to move a needle among Atiku's base. So at this point in time, 36 days or 37 days to the election is sealed, and I mean is a contract that is almost sealed. And the next Aso Rock president is already in waiting. So everything we are doing now is just mere formality. Everything the candidates are doing now is just mere formality, still campaigning to the audience they already have. So whichever one that will be making the moves around the corner is just going to be maybe 10% or 5%. That wouldn't change anything. That's what I'm speaking to. But if you come over here on a daily basis with a negative mindset, listening to certain voices or waiting for certain voices to make their opinions, personal opinions, and you want to cry all over the time, then I'm very sorry for you. You must have a very, very, a nightmarish lifestyle. I'm sorry for you, because I'm going to stay over here and say what I have to say anyways. He did very good by coming there to make his appearance. But when we are talking to the substance, I'm just saying next time, do not condemn Kwakwanso, who is probably doing something today, if there's a possibility of your candidate doing the same thing tomorrow. Period.
All right, thank you. You must develop a thick skin to, because I mean, anyway, you're getting used to it, but certainly both on the comment section, especially where people have the freedom to express. People are in their homes, in wherever, and just on the keyboard. Keyboard warriors. Just you just have to learn to jolly it along. Don't
No,
let it get to, yes.
It's part of the program we do on this platform, right? You remember when Kulata came in the morning, as brilliant as he made his analysis, some people still were, crying about that. Why would you do that?
They were kicking him in the comment
They were
section.
still
I saw
kicking in
it.
the comment section,
Yes.
right? As succinct as what's his name, Uptown made his comment, people who will not like it will still not like it. People already had a premeditated mindset.
In fact, Fatai, they are looking for him all over the world now. They are
So
looking for
Fatah is
Fatai.
already the new. So when people should
I
just,
don't know. I think Fatai is about to steal your crown on this platform. I don't know.
Well,
Well,
nobody will scream my crown. People, no, nobody will steal
F
that because
for
people.
for the most
No,
wanted.
I'm still the most wanted. And probably in the evening they will want me more.
By the obedience. All right. Thank you, enigmatic. Like
Yes,
I said, without any equivocation, there he is. But there he is, and here he is from Australia. Thomas. To you.
Oh, thank you, one man. Uh, good morning from Australia. My criticism tonight is going, and the blows is going on the back of the obedience. You know me, I don't care who you write, what you write on the comment section. I don't care. I don't give an inch. Uh, you guys criticize Chatham House. You nearly shut Chatham House down, and everyone that has um appeared on that platform. Now your candidate is there now. What are you going to say now? Hey, guys, sometimes that's why sometimes you don't like some of our voices on this platform. That the ladder that help you to go up, don't break it. Because when you're coming down, there's no how you're going to come down. So can you criticize this man now? Personally, to me, I am not criticizing. I'm not criticizing Peter Obi for applying in chapter now. Never. Peter Obi is a politician and is doing what he deems it fit that is going to work for him. My problem and my blows tonight is going to the obedience back. They are talked down on Chatham House, even appearing on Chatham House for some candidates earlier, some months ago. But now your candidate is there now doing the same thing, really the same script and his position. So what are you going to say now? And everybody just blush as if nothing happened. It's just like the level of hypocrisy. I normally make this comment every time. Uh, don't be a hypocrite. When it's good, say it is good. When it's bad, say it is bad. Peter Obi is doing what is good for him. I give him kudos. Even sometimes it's copy and paste, but he's doing what is good for him. Sometimes even he doesn't have any substance, but he's doing what is good for him. I would just point out just one thing. Uptown talk about rule of law. Is this the same guy that extrajudicial kill people in the state? Do that person respect the rule of law? We can say that there was extrajudicial killing when Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State. There's no doubt about that. But Peter Obi is doing well. My problem is the obedience, that the rubbish, everyone that has appear on that platform. But now their candidate is there. Can they just rubbish him for a seconds? I would be fine with that. Thank you, woman. May God bless everyone. I don't want to go overboard. I'm getting angry. Thank you, woman. We'll see you in the evening.
All right.
The level of hypocrisy is just I don't know. And enigmatic, my brother, forget about the comment section. You know them now. Just say what you want to say. I don't. You know me. I don't care about what people say in the comment section. I will flesh out my opinion, and everyone applying on this platform as well. If we can respect everybody's opinion, I would like it. I would like it. Thank you, woman. God bless you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So, brilliant. Thank you. So, thank you. So, in the absence of the mighty one, instead, to deputize is the Nigerian Kwaran Yoruba man with a German lilt to give us the final word. So, the German Fatai, round off.
One man. you make me you make me laugh. You make me to lose my tension a little bit. Uh, I just for 10 seconds. I'm sorry about my what I'm gonna say, but I have to say. because I always like to protect my nerves, because I am somebody who gives back as much as I get. I don't care about I don't care even if the whole world is against me. I thought obedience were unbearable until I listened to that comment from World Peace. He's not my daddy to be lecturing me what I speak. You're not my daddy. I don't care about you. I don't know you. I don't want to know you. That if I don't want to see the other side of him. What does that even mean? Who are you? Don't get it twisted, bro. You are nobody to me. I don't care about you. I speak my mind. Okay? Speak your mind. I speak my mind. I didn't even say anything. What did I even say? Preempting what I would speak, telling me, and even came back and had the gut to actually mention my name. That this preempting, oh, it was me he was referring to. What the hell? What do you think I am? Do you think I'm like a baby, or I don't even get where the mentality is coming from. You think you're my president? I am like a baby. You think you're my daddy? I am like a your child. You can punk in the ass or what? I don't get it, brother. Calm down. Don't get it twisted. You don't
Oh,
feed
oh,
me.
oh,
I
oh,
don't care about you.
all right. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. But give us closing remarks. So you are deputizing for Ajanle Koko. So to that level, round it off for us. Fatai.
No, Ajali Coco is Ajali Coco. There will never be another Ajali Coco. But on my honest opinion, I think there is a lot of, I think a couple of people have said it. There's been a lot of ground shifting. I remember very vividly, I mean, everybody condemned Chatham House. All obedient were all out. Chatham House is like the worst place you could go on the planet. Reading script. Oh, it was, even though that was a master teleprompter reading from Tinubu, but it was condemned. Now we see bit of bit to the reading script. Like that's not even like somebody who has never done a presentation before. And so, like Thomas was saying, you never know. Be careful what you wish for. What did they say? It might come back to you. If you are in the glass house, don't throw stone. That is what we are saying. Nobody. I like Peter Obi as a person. He's a hustler, like everybody else. We are all hustling in life. He's doing his thing. That's not the point. The point is our country needs to move forward, and we are trying to see if we have opinion of the way we see things, and we're just speaking it, and we're just here to have fun. It's not a salary job or something. Somebody will be telling me, giving me guideline how I speak. You can't give me guideline how I speak. I don't care who you are. You can be all of you obedient or world peace or whatever you think you are. You can't. The worst thing I will, if I don't like this place, I don't come again. I'm a very private person. But to be telling me what I speak, no, don't try. Don't ever do it to me. But my takeaway from this presentation is a phrase. So Peter Obi used the phrase fiscal rascality. Tinubu used the phrase blood diamond. See it like a blood diamond. It tells me two things. There is somebody that's too much on this mentality that Nigeria is a zoo, and he is the only one that can clean up, which is fine. It's okay. We know that Nigeria is hard place. It's fine, but I think there is too much denigration of Nigeria from that angle. I think I personally like Tinubu's perspective better. Say, okay, there is a thief, but there is also a receiver who is equally as guilty as a thief. I think that is a if you're going to ever need to go to Chatham House in the if the, with the mentality that you are probably talking to the outside world, that is a message you need to speak for the sake of our country. Because there is indeed is somebody who is stealing our oil, but there is also somebody who's receiving it. So they both need to be kept accountable. That is a man who gets it. That is a man who can stand up for our country. Just saying our country is a zoo does not make you can stand up for our country. We need a man who can. Our country is in a lot of mess, a lot of places. The country is run like anywhere belle face.
We need clarity. Look at this man that came. He said he was former ambassador or whatever, British. He said, can you tell me some things you would do in 10 days with federal foreign direct investment? This is what people look out for. They want to see predictability with your country. I mean, I mean, the predictability in the sense that it works like a system. We need people, and that. If I ever have a beef with Peter Obi, no, I mean when I say beef, I'm just using the word. Like I mean, me and him are not on the same level. He's richer than me. He's older than me. He's everything than me. So he's not that kind of beef. But like analytical beef. Is that I think it's the same old. Anywhere belly face kind of
Yeah,
policy.
but is
So
he smarter than you? Is he smarter than you?
smarter than we're not in the same class. I'm not in his field. I didn't study philosophy, so I don't know. So there's no need for comparison with
All right,
that.
carry on. I was only
It
joking. Carry on.
certainly is richer than me. So I mean, if you're richer than me, if you're richer than me and you tell me you're smarter than me, I don't think I will argue. Even if you're two naira richer, I wouldn't argue. I don't know. I'm not in his brain. So I lost you. I lost my train and my thought there. So, but anyway, the only thing that I personally like about him, like I always say, is the person that I like. I love a man that's like a book that you can keep reading, you never stop reading. Tinubu is a show. Every day is a show. Tinubu is a man. I There was nothing from Peter Obi today that I couldn't have got out of Peter Obi yesterday. That I couldn't have got out of Peter Obi the last speech he had. The last Tinubu is a show. Maybe for this personally as a person, I like him. You know, now as a on politics or how to run the country, we need to see policy direction. So for me, it's a double whammy. So I like Tinubu as a person, and I feel somebody who wants to run a country like a system, who also did, there was a microcosm that he did in Lagos. He put it like a system. Everybody that comes here, even Babajale Koko, Jack Conde, these people didn't put this Lagos like a system. Yeah, they had good things, but you're not going to make tremendous progress where the world is far ahead of us. We need to run, not even walk like a baby. We need to run. We cannot run if you don't if you don't run like a system. Just do anywhere below phase. I don't know, consumption to production. Okay, I don't know what it means. That is the only thing I have. It's criticism based on what I listen to, what I think. I try to draw it a pattern on the sheet on the paper, and I can't draw a pattern. That's all. I don't hate. Why will I hate somebody who is trying to whatever he's doing for me? The people who are in the field, they are the one in the field. They are the ones who deserve the praise. I am sitting on my bed and talking. Peter B is the one out there. Collins, sorry, I just closed with this point.
Okay.
Collins made that point that Peter B looks a little bit older. Yeah, it does look. It does look grayer. It says grayer. That is people who are in the field. These are the people that deserve the praise. But my criticism has nothing to do with his personality. But it does get on me as a person, on my nerves when somebody wants to gag me or somebody thinks because they are mass, they are many or whatever, how many they are, I can't speak. No, I will always speak my mind. Thank you, one man, for your channel.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. So usually when we have the final word, we usually shut down, but our rational mind turns up just at the 11th hour. So we hear from rational mind, but before we hear from rational mind, we take the super chat of Ken. Uyenwe. So hopefully I pronounce your name right, Ken. Ken Uyenwe. So Ken super chats to say, Fatai, calm down. You are repeating yourself. Fatai, calm down. You are repeating yourself one too many times. Leave it at that. We are all social media warriors behind the keyboard. Anyway, na your mouth. So I paraphrased it, of course. Fatai, calm down. You are repeating yourself one too many times. Leave it at that. We're all social media warriors behind the keyboard.
No, I'm not
Anyway,
social media warrior. I'm an accidental. Come talking my mouth here.
and
I
an
don't go. I'm not
accidental
a
talker.
an
Look at that.
accidental talker. Thank you. I'm an accidental talker, and I
Look
like
at
to protect my nerves. I don't want anybody getting on my nerves. Thank
Look
you.
at.
Thank you, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant. All right, thank you, and thank you, Ken. So, rational mind, just very quick words from you, and then we shut down.
Well, woman, I don't think I have any opinion right now as to what you're talking about with regard to OB. I'm here to address one thing and one thing only. I don't know. Did you see the comments?
Which
I don't know if you
comment?
followed it. Yeah, between myself and Enigmatic,
Right.
the guy that goes by "Life is good."
Okay.
Yeah. Did you see? You saw the insult?
No, I wasn't really following fully, but
Well, you see, I like I said, I don't have any opinion as to what you're talking about when it comes to OB. But that when people sort of make an opinion,
was it because he said cry if you want to cry, cry me a river or cry in a bucket? Is
no,
that if
they
that
were
wasn't at you? That I think
no,
that
no, no, no.
was.
You didn't see. You did. That's it shows you. I mean, apparently you didn't see anything. You didn't. You're not following. Can you see what he said to me in Yoruba?
ìwọ Yorùbá mo fi sọ́nà bàbá kó kámárà bẹ́ẹ̀ kó gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá kó jókòó ẹ̀.
Kí ló ṣẹlẹ̀? Let me scroll up.
Ẹni kó lọ jókòó ẹ̀ bàbá kó lọ jókòó ẹ̀ àgbà tó bá ti farabalẹ̀ ó máa faragbẹ́gbá ni ó dẹ̀ ti
Oh
gbà ní
God,
bàbẹ́.
my God.
You heard this guy? You heard
Goodness
this guy?
me. Wow.
Oh my God.
You heard this guy?
No. No. Hold on, everybody. Enigmatic, I must insist that you apologize. No, rational mind is
I don't listen. I don't need his apology because this guy does this every time. So I don't think I need his apology because when somebody is sorry about something, he's sorry. Now, this is what happened. I made a comment. I said,
I
said, will you shut up and let me talk, please?
Hold on.
Okay.
Ó dà pé tá bá ti wà lórí internet àmọ́ ẹgbẹ́ ara wa mọ́ àbí. We don't know ourselves as
settle down. Hold on. Have your expression, rational mind. I want us to put as friends.
I said it's pathetic that people now have opinion and everything. That's what I said. And then there were some other things I said after that. I know he was the one talking at that time when I made that comment, but that wasn't directed at him. When he launched at me, I mean, I never mentioned his name in any of the thing I said. Only when he launched at me, and I had to tell you that please call Enigmatic to order. Shajabu Ejeni.
Oh no. Hold on. Let's not take it in that direction.
No, I don't get it. I don't get it. This guy does this a lot.
No. Okay, all right. Okay. All right. No, we're certainly not going there. So we're certainly not going there. Rational mind, you have your expression.
No, woman, you see, you know us that on the comment section, even you, woman, there are sometimes I will say things, I mean, that you might not like. I mean, I will challenge you on your view. I won't use the word attack. This is the same guy here who comes here and attack people, label one particular a tribe, and then when they launch at him, it becomes a problem. In fact, what I said, woman, let me just end with this. What I said was it not even directed at him. That was why I said, Talano, Talon Sukun, Chajabu, Ajabu Ejen. I didn't even mention his name. Even when Thomas was even talking, this guy, this is George Blucher, was there. He made comment about what's his name, Thomas, and I said that's a usual trademark of the Batified. That's all I said, and this guy had to launch on me. I mean, if you know you cannot stand these kind of
okay,
don't come on platforms like this.
Hold on, stay there. This is what I'll do. I'll end this session. You both stay there, and then off the screen we'll settle this. All right. So you both stay there. I'll end the session, and then we'll settle this off the screen. So thank you, one and all. Rejoin us for later in the evening when we'll have the after party of the OB space, and then there's feelers coming out that Emefiele's office has been invaded and taken over by the DSS as the news start to tighten around the neck of the CBN governor. So we look to address all that as well. So make sure you are permanently dialed onto the platform because of course, you know, when it's happening here. So when it's happening, it is happening here. Let me quickly acknowledge the super chats that have come in. George Blueshell came in. Joseph K came in. Kulata, of course, are starting to use that with increasing frequency. The person that traditionally owns that space, Alexander Gomez, and then Ken Unwenye. He came in to round off the super chat space. So thank you for that. So we're encouraging now that the space starts to illuminate in the colors of a super chat, and we're starting to see that. So because that is traditional with live streaming. Because really anything that comes to live streaming is usually comes via the super chat. So Alexander, come back, don't leave, because I'll need you probably for the conversation between Rational Mind and Enigmatic. So come back, Alexander, don't leave. So thank you for that. So that's really why I'm pushing for the super chat and the buy the coffees. Otherwise the session is just you know what I mean. But let's take this final super chat from Ken Unyenwe. So Ken comes in. He says Fatai, it says, no, they make mouth from South people. Then no, they make mouth. But anyway, this is one man show, and we they respect ourselves. And again, make no again, make no enemies because of these politicians. I think that's the summary of what he has to say. So it says, no, they make mouth at South people. They know they make mouth. But anyway, this now one man show, and we they respect ourselves. And again, make we no make enemies because of politicians. I think that's what the essence of it is. So thank you, Ken, for that. So thank you, Ken, for that. And Alexander Gomez, if you want to come back, I probably would need you to come back. So let me send this link for Alexander Gomez to come back. So Alexander, this link is for you. So come back as we speak with Rational Mind and Enigmatic off screen. So Alexander, I'm waiting for you. Alexander. All right. Okay. I think. Are you there, Alexander? Because I'm going to have to shut down now. You need to click on the link, Alexander Gomez. All right. All right. We're not able to get hold of Alexander, so we take it off